Alright, so this will be a very different kind of Petscop theory video. I'm kind of going to do a reaction, but I'm also gonna edit together some like Petscop footage where I explain stuff. So like I'm gonna be watching through all of Petscop, um, and trying to put it into like a sort of chronological order. One thing I will show you guys is I think the first thing I'm gonna show you is a piece of gameplay that I don't know the chronological order of. So I'm gonna explain to you what I'm gonna do. I feel like I have to take every piece of gameplay footage except the secret ending of the soundtrack episode. I think that's poetic. I have to take every single piece of gameplay footage as literal, and I can't jump the shark with my theory. I can't go AI recreations of the family. I can't go alternate dimensions. I can't do that. I can go alternate builds of the map. That has enough evidence. But I can't go, like, straight up alternate dimensions. I can't go Ghost in the Machine. I want to make, like, just a completely not supernatural retelling of the story, basically. Because I think that's what it was going for in the first 10 episodes. I don't know why the later 14 would disprove that. I'm gonna be going all literal here. Now, there can be literal gameplay inputs that symbolize moments that happen in real life in terms of like Tony trying to get us to think about something, or the guilt trip stuff that Reynard later builds for Marvin. You know, that kind of stuff. Um, I'm going to be going super literal on this. So I need to make sure that everything that happens is literal. Now, one thing I didn't take into consideration is the piece counts, because I don't think Tony took that into consideration. Well, he did to some extent, but I think he might have made a few mistakes in the piece count in regards to he probably built different versions of the map months apart and didn't want us to take the piece counts too literally. That's just that's just the way I see it. I could be wrong about that. Um, if the piece counts do make a more coherent version of the story, if we take it that way, um, I might need to make a future video in regards to that. But as of right now, I'm just gonna go with my instinct. I'm gonna go with what I think is the chronological order of events. And we have some few different time periods I'll explain later. But first, I'm gonna show you guys the one piece of gameplay footage I don't know the chronological order of, because I don't know if this is Paul playing or if it's Marvin playing. It could be either or. This is a demo. It could respond to Paul's inputs, but it could also be something that Marvin is like legitimately seeing. So let's get into it. This is also kind of going to be a reaction of sorts, but this is something I've already seen. This windmill vanished off the face of the earth. Here's a similar puzzle for you, Marvin. There are two pictures of a door. In the first picture, the door is closed. In the second picture, taken later, the door is open. Nobody opened the door. The door did not open itself. The door, in fact, did not open at all. What happened? Okay. So you guys will need to help me with that one because I don't know if that responds to any of Paul's inputs, and there could be some thematic significance to that being Marvin, but I also don't know for certain, so I don't know where to put it in the timeline, and I don't know when that would have taken place. There's just nowhere way for me to know that. The demo recordings are usually responses to Paul's inputs, and I'm not sure I'm going to show you all the demos in chronological order because, like, I don't know, there's one in Petscop 9 that's like definitely a response to Paul's inputs, and I couldn't keep track of all of those, but for the main stuff, I'm going to show you it in chronological order. So that's the one thing I don't know. But I can piece together some stuff from other evidence we have throughout the series. And while I'm in these exclamation phases, I will sort of edit together the footage on screen of what I'm talking about. So our very first event happens in 1977. And we have two families. So we have the Marks and we have the Leskowitzes, whatever you want to call them. You have Marvin and you have Jill Mark, and then you have Anna and Lena Leskowitz. And Marvin, Anna, and Lena are all really good friends. They sort of go on adventures together, whatnot. One day they decided to go out to this countryside called the Newmaker Plain. I do believe that's the literal name of the countryside where this windmill is. So they go out into the Newmaker Plain to this old abandoned windmill. And as a memento, Anna decides to take a picture of Marvin and Lena standing in front of the windmill. So they take the picture, and then they go on their adventure, and they explore the windmill. Somehow Lena goes missing during this time. And I don't know how. Some people think that it was a freak accident and she just went missing. Some people think Marvin murdered her. I personally think this is when Marvin was still young, and I know kids can do some stupid stuff, but I don't think he would have had the balls to kill his friend at this time. Especially because I wouldn't even know any reason he'd be mad at her at that point. So I do believe at this point, Lena went missing. And so when it came time for Marvin and Anna to go home, they realized that Lena was not with them. She went missing somewhere in the windmill. Now, this freaks them out for many reasons. One, their friend could be in danger, or could be hurt, or could even have been killed in, like, the gears of the windmill or something. And two, they're probably going to get blamed for her disappearance when they're the ones who were with her at this time. So they don't want to incriminate themselves. So Anna decides to take a second picture of Marvin facing away from the windmill. So the windmill is not in frame. So she takes the picture of Marvin like 180 degrees away from the windmill. And that's why we have two pictures. We have the picture of them at the windmill and them not at the windmill. Now, Anna wants Marvin to get rid of the photo of them at the windmill, but Marvin's like, no, this is the last picture I have of my friend. I'm going to keep it at least until we find her. So he keeps the photo. The next day, the day after that, it's close to Lena's birthday. So Marvin goes out into the countryside with not missing girl signs, but birthday girl signs. So that if Lena sees the signs, she'll see them and say, hey, I can get cake if I follow these signs back home. However, Lena never finds these signs, and I do believe it's because Lena's dead. There's a lot of debate in the fan base, but I do believe the grave means we're supposed to take it at face value that Lena did in fact die. But I don't think Marvin killed her. I think she just got caught in the gears of the windmill, and Anna didn't know about this. Marvin might have, but he might have figured that out later. Of course, after the landowners find a dead body in their windmill, they're like, hey, we got to get rid of this windmill. So they get rid of the windmill. So there's no more windmill. So now we're down to Jill, Marvin, and Anna. So they eventually grow up. Marvin marries Anna, so she becomes Anna Mark. And then Jill marries a man named Thomas Hammond, who has very little importance in the story whatsoever. He just exists, basically. Um, Marvin also gets a job at a very remote school in the New Maker plane. It's very remote, which is weird, but I do think that's what we're supposed to take it as. This is a very remote school in the New Maker plane that he gets a job at for a period of time. Eventually, the school shuts down and it gets abandoned, but Marvin, he's since he kind of owns the school, he still has the keys to it. So it's just basically an abandoned building that he owns now. But it's kind of hard to find because of how remote it is. After the school shut down, that means Anna has to get a job now, and she gets a job at an office building with very unforgiving hours. And this means she can't really see her family very often. But she does, she does make money for the family. So, in terms of children, Marvin and Anna have a kid named Carrie, who sometimes goes by the name Care. So that's Care Mark. And then the other family, the sort of cousins, uncle, and aunt, Thomas and Jill have Daniel and Mike. Daniel does change his name to Rainer later for a specific reason, but I might be referring to those two names interchangeably just to warn you. So Daniel becomes Rainer. And they're all kind of good, happy families, but as the family grows up, Marvin starts to look at this nephew of his, Mike. Michael is a lot like Lena in a lot of ways, but a lot different in some other ways. I mean, he's a kid, so he has that same sort of childlike sense of wonder that Lena had. And that's very interesting to Marvin. So he keeps that in mind. And as the years go by, not a lot bad happens. And we get to the year of either 1994 or 1995. Now, Daniel is a teenager at this point, and he wants to take up game design. He wants to make a game specifically for his brother, Mike, who really likes animals. And so he starts to make a game called Petscop. And Petscop is a game where you go through a pet adoption facility, and you solve different puzzles to catch pets who are in these facilities. So I can show you some of the development history of these pets. I'll show you. Petscop 18 has some of the development history of these pets. So this, I guess, would be not our first gameplay footage, but our first development footage of the series. So this is the Guardian. He's the main playable character. This is the player. This is what the player looks like. This is Amber. This is one of the pets. This is Randus. He's another one of the pets. This is Toneth. So Toneth's kind of interesting, because Mike does not like the design of Toneth. He calls him a goofy blob monster, basically. And he has a broken leg for some reason. Now, Daniel is a little bit upset that Mike says he doesn't like the design for Toneth, because Daniel already put up a picture of Toneth in the pet facility in the game. So he's a little bit upset about this, but he decides he could turn that into some sort of painting puzzle later on where you can catch Toneth. He comes up with the idea because Mike likes to paint. Mike's a painter. So yeah, that's how he comes up with that. So he holds off on putting Toneth in the final version of the game. Then we have Pen. The leg situation wasn't working out, I guess. So she just became a balloon. Then we have Hudson. I do not know why he was removed from the game. They did my boy Hudson dirty. Then we have Wavy. This is an earlier design of him. He ends up looking like a cloud later. And then we have the gift plane map. This is like the sort of main area of the game. The next item we see on this list has not been constructed yet. I can tell you that right now. So, yeah. The game takes place in this place called the Gift Plane, with a facility called Even Care. And Even Care has 6 pets in it. And these pets are going to be a big heavy ball named Amber, a deaf balloon girl named Pen, who likes to spend time around musical instruments, ironically enough. You have Wavy, who's like a cloud, who sometimes transforms into like a pool of water. You have Randus, thirsty ass flower. Then you have Tonith, who is not in the game yet because Rayner's still working on that puzzle. He's got some plans for Tonith, but they're taking a while. And then you have Ronith, who is Tonith's baby half brother. And so those 5, all of those with the exception of Tonith, those guys are put into the game, and Daniel starts developing it. Petscop 19, I believe it is. Yeah, Petscop 19 goes into some early test footage of the thing. Skip ahead a little bit. Yeah, so of course, here we have one of Daniel's test recordings. This is a sort test. And, it's just a sort test. It's just a test, basically. But it is kind of interesting because this is the first actual gameplay footage we have of Petscop. This would either be 1994 or 1995. Sometime around then. Sometime around then. Okay, so that's Daniel's first test recording. And of course, Mike's here at this time. He's making the game for Mike specifically, so obviously Mike gets to playtest the game some as well. And particularly on Easter, while Mike is going on an Easter egg hunt, he gets to playtest some stuff from Petscop. And we'll see that here. What? One of the eggs was in Daniel's game? What an unfair trick. Have you found every egg in the office? And Mike goes over here and he's like, no. Nuh-uh. No, I haven't. So that's kind of cute, actually. That's kind of cute. So this would be Easter of 1995. This would be Easter of 1995. And they just hit one of the Easter eggs in the game, which is kind of cute. And of course, there would probably be other eggs hidden around Daniel's office. So that's kind of nice. So let's take a minute to discuss a few things about Petscop. Petscop is kind of a technological marvel at its time. Daniel was experimenting with new gameplay features that other people haven't really tried before. Number one, he was trying to code in online multiplayer, a very early version of online multiplayer, which would have a speech table for players to communicate. The speech table is very hard to understand, and it only has a very set number of words in it. If you try to say a word that's not in it, it will give you not in table. So that's kind of what the speech and the multiplayer functionality was. He would make multiple discs of this because of the multiplayer compatibility. At least 3. There might be 15. There might be 8. Those are other theories that have some evidence to them. But we know he'd make at least 3 discs of Petscop. So he makes some discs, and he makes some multiplayer. He decides to invent a new extension for the PlayStation, a Needles piano extension. It's a piano that you can plug into your PS thing that will allow you to perform music puzzles. It's possible that Pen's puzzle would have at one point involved a music puzzle. Like you have to type in the specific keys to catch Pen. Eventually that just became a treadmill, but that was probably Daniel's intention in making the Needles piano extension. Another thing is that anyone who plays Petscop, their footage would immediately be recorded and saved on a menu. This way, during the playtesting phase of Daniel's game, he can sort of see the way the players play the game, see what he needs to improve, see what puzzles are too confusing, which ones need a bit more explanation, which ones need to be made simpler. They're all kind of hard puzzles for some of the kids, and they're easier for others. All of this sort of Petscop situation kind of comes to a head on Mike's birthday of 1995. We don't know when Mike's birthday is. I'll be generous and say it's sometime in June. That seems somewhat likely that his birthday would be in June. So, Michael's birthday, 1995. Let's see what happens on there. So, Daniel's out inviting people to celebrate Mike's birthday, and he invites them in with the concept that they get to play this brand new, not seen before game that only Daniel's family has. And they're like, nuh-uh! There's no way you have an exclusive game. And they're like, yeah, it's called Petscop. You don't believe me? Come to Mike's birthday and you can play it. They're like, okay, we're coming to Mike's birthday, I guess. Meanwhile, in the lead up to Mike's birthday, Anna and her daughter, Care, go out and buy a present for Mike, which we'll find out what that is later. So, on that day, a bunch of kids come over, and they get to playtest the game. So let's see what their playtests were. So this is Care playing. As you can see, she doesn't really know what to do. This is Care, Mike's cousin Care. This is Belle. Now, Belle is either an orphan girl or a girl owned by a different family. And she's very smart, so she's able to solve these puzzles pretty easily. So in this video, we kind of get to see the dichotomy between Belle and Care. Belle's like really freaking good at the game, and then Care is just not. And of course, this would be Randus's description. Randus is a flower. He does need water, but not as much as he thinks. You shouldn't worry. If you are considering Randus, you should adopt Wavy as well. Wavy knows how to trick Randus. Alright, now we have Wavy's description. Wavy is a cloud. He is afraid of everything. He is especially afraid of freezing. According to him, he is never the same person for more than a few seconds. And this is James. He's not important to the story in any way whatsoever. This is Phil. I guess he's just bored. He doesn't want to keep playing. This is Amber. This is likely the kid that Daniel named one of the pets after. A good friend of Mike's, I guess. Got a pet named after her. This is Belle again. I think this is Belle's final recording of that day. That's the final pet she catches. Congratulations. You caught every pet in even care, aside from Tonith, who isn't here yet. So yeah, that was the playtest of that day. Now we're gonna look at Petscop 24, because this will give us the full list of the people who came to Mike's birthday that day. This will give us sort of like the full list of them. Now. Yeah. 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 I never noticed this before. So if you guys don't know, the guy who made the Petscop series is named Tony, and he just put his name in the credits as dummy. Aw, Tony, come on, guy. You made a good series. You made a good series. Come on, my guy. Thanks for testing. And now a message from Mrs. Mark, who is working very hard as we speak. Hi, Michael. Consider this your birthday card. Sorry I can't put money in it. When I heard how many kids were coming to your party, I was impressed. Thank your big brother for letting you and your friends play games all day and making you so popular. Also thank your other auntie for making this all possible. If you see her, I mean. Not everyone can. But anyway, happy 7th! I'm so sorry I couldn't be here. I hope my gift makes up for it. It's the one in the black box. Carrie helped pick it out. Thank her. Opening gifts is so fun. A lot of little mysteries, and all are solved. So cathartic. Anyway, I sure hope you have fun. See you later. Love you, Auntie Anna. P.S. Whatever you do, please don't shake the box. Okay. Okay, so there's a few things to explain here. So we have actually I want to see the there we go. Okay, so Anna's gift to Mike, I believe, is a puppy. It might be named Jack. I'm not sure if Jack was one of the playtesters or if it was the puppy. But yeah, Anna got Mike a little puppy. So that's nice. That's wholesome. That's cute. And also, there is one line in that has confused the fan base. The fan base is kind of split on it. If you see your other auntie, thank your other auntie. If you see her, not everyone can. What does that mean? Well, here's the thing. That could be language implying that she's still alive, but it could also be language implying that she went missing and was never found. Again, that's kind of like vague language. So if someone goes missing and they're not found, it's like, well, if you ever find this person, I haven't been able to, but if you find her, make sure to tell her thank you. So yeah, that's why I believe Anna said that. I still believe Lena's dead. I'll explain what I think Boss is later. But for now, I do think we're supposed to take at face value that Lena's dead. But Mike got a puppy. Yay! So here's another thing, though. Daniel has been updating Petscop from his very own website, his very own Garolina.com, or whatever the website's called. However, if someone were to hack into this website, they could very easily see all the recordings of these kids. So, here's the thing. I told you, Marvin had his eyes on Mike. Because Mike reminded Marvin of Lena in a lot of ways. So Marvin's our main antagonist in the series. And one night, sometime in 1995, we don't know when, sometime after Mike's birthday, Marvin kidnaps Mike, and he brings him to the old abandoned elementary school. Now, here, in this elementary school, Marvin decides to spend the next few either days, weeks, months, we don't know how long. He spends that amount of time sort of brainwashing Mike into believing that he is Mike's old friend, Lena. Now, you see, Marvin was very traumatized by that event, and he can't cope with the reality that Lena might be gone forever. So, he wants to bring Lena back. But in order to do that, he'll need to somehow transform someone into Lena. So I imagine what he'd do is Lena kind of had this genetic disorder that causes her eyebrows to not grow in properly. So he starts plucking Mike's eyebrows. He starts doing that. It's possible he also gives Mike a lot of clothes to look like Lena. And another thing he does to Mike is whenever Mike steps out of line, he would use this sort of piano tuning tool to punish Mike, so to speak. I don't know what the piano tuning tool does. I don't know if it's psychological horror. I don't know if it's like actual pain. But it's like a piano tuning tool that he'd like I don't know. I guess he'd like poke Mike with it or something. So yeah, it hurt a lot. And one day, towards the end of the time Mike is missing, Marvin decides to put Mike into a machine. Now, this machine is supposed to sort of scramble his brain in a way. I don't know if it's hypnosis. I don't know if it's brainwashing. I don't know if it's like brain surgery. If that's the case, that's really disturbing. But it's sort of a machine that if you put someone in and you play specifically the second movement of Stravinsky's septet, it will sort of turn who's ever in that machine. It will kind of mesh their memories to make them fully convinced that they are Marvin's old friend Lena. That's what I believe it does. So, Marvin attempts this on Mike. It is likely this is unsuccessful. It is very possible this is not successful. And so that night, Mike tries to escape from the school. However, this machine was meant to scramble his brain a little bit, so Mike ends up seeing things that are not there, not seeing things that are, and confusing his left and his right. So as he's moving through the Newmaker plane, what he's seeing is not what he's doing. So for example, he'd see a windmill that was not there. The windmill had been torn down ages ago, but Mike would see this windmill because it's one of Lena's memories. And Marvin trying to mesh Mike's memories with Lena would sort of create this sort of thing, right? So Mike's trying to find his way back home, but he really can't. And he's so disoriented that eventually he gets hit by a car. They find his body that year, 1995, and they find him dead. Now, as you can tell, this traumatizes Daniel a little bit, because kids aren't supposed to die that young. You know, Mike was a healthy kid, and he also wasn't the kind of kid who would, like, go out at night and get himself hit by a car. He's more careful than that. So, clearly Mike was kidnapped by somebody. And it might be someone close. It might be like a family member. So, Daniel decides to do some investigating. Now, I'm guessing that Mike's death happened late in 1995. So 1996 is really when Rayner started his investigation to find out who kidnapped Mike and attempting to stop them so they don't do it again. Now, things go along, and the family's really upset with the death of Mike. And eventually, Care ends up going through some of Marvin's old things. And Care eventually finds a photo of Marvin and Lena from 1977 standing in front of a windmill. She finds the photo. Now, being the innocent, naive kid she is, she takes her box of crayons, specifically a red crayon, I believe, and she starts drawing on the walls of Anna's house. And she sort of draws this picture of Marvin and Lena, just kind of out of curiosity. This, I believe, is one of the caskets. Casket 3, I believe. It might be one of the other ones. Now, this makes Anna upset, because Anna thought Marvin got rid of that photo. So, she throws Marvin out of the house. They're still technically married, because divorce is like a very legal procedure, and you have to pay to get it. So, they don't get divorced right away, but they're basically living in different houses now. They're essentially divorced. At first, they live pretty close together, so custody is shared every other day, and they have the same meeting place where they meet up, and then, Anna will have Care for a day, then Marvin will, then Anna will, then Marvin will. So that's how it is during 1996. Then during 1997, either Anna moves away or tries to get more custody time with Care. So their custody changes from every other day to every weekend. This makes Marvin a little bit upset. All right. But Marvin has some other plans. You see, he has been keeping tabs on all the Petscop kids, all of them, all the playtesters from long ago. And Marvin thinks the best kids to try and turn into Lena are the ones who share some sort of similarity with her. So, for example, if Lena was a very intelligent young girl, then Belle would also be very plausible to transform into Lena. However, there's something very interesting about Care, and that is the fact that Care has inherited this sort of lacking eyebrows situation from her auntie, this sort of genetic trait. So both of these characters are very interesting to Marvin. He's like, both of these could be very good candidates to turn into Lena, but Care seems more likely. So what I'm going to do is I'm either going to adopt or kidnap Belle for the time being, and I'm going to call her by Lena's middle name, Tiara Leskowitz. And I'm going to attempt to rebirth her. If that doesn't work, I'm going to try it on Care. If I can get a hold of her. Anna has more custody time, so we'll have to figure this out later. So, that's how Marvin gets a hold of Belle. He either adopts her or kidnaps her. I believe it's an adoption. It's an adoption sometime after his divorce because there is some imagery of adoption in this game. I believe it's an adoption. And that would also be why Belle is maybe one of the... maybe doesn't question Marvin right away with some of this stuff. You know, an adopted girl would like wouldn't be as suspicious of you as someone you straight up kidnapped. Freaking Marvin, he's a character. I don't like talking about him, honestly. But yeah, he is a bit of a character. So, that happens. But of course, Marvin does have one of the copies of Petscop. And he has access to Daniel's website, which Daniel uses to update the game. Now, some elements of game design of Petscop might be locked to Daniel specifically because of higher security or whatever, but Marvin is able to access some stuff. And so, what Marvin does is he builds a school. He builds this big 3D school in essentially the digital version of the New Maker plane. Now, I don't know if Daniel made the New Maker plane or if Marvin did first, because Daniel does use this New Maker plane to try and calculate accurate distances between specific landmarks in order to find wherever the kidnapper's lair is. But of course, a giant 3D school suddenly showing up in his game, and this character speaking with Care on the save file could be a little bit suspicious. So let's see this very first interaction between Marvin's avatar, and Care's avatar in the game. Let's take a look at it, shall we? All right, so very first interaction between Marvin's player and Care's player. Now, this would be when Care's in a room playing Petscop, and Marvin's at his school playing Petscop. I guess I should mention that real quick as well. Hello, pal. Help. Hello? Funny. Ha! Ha ha. So, this is not like anything that Rainer would make. This is like a big, open 3D environment, and I believe that this sort of green tool, I believe this is coded in by Marvin, and this sort of allows him to sort of point people in the direction he wants them to go. So, if you see this sort of being taken control of, that's Marvin trying to show Care where to go. Now, of course, Care doesn't know the combination to this locker. The sort of digital locker that Marvin's trying to show Care. So Marvin takes control and inputs the code himself. But we don't get to see in the locker right away. It sort of jump cuts before. Okay, so that, yes, that basically gives you the impression. I do believe the school demos come before a lot of stuff in the series. I do believe that. I believe first we have the test recordings of Daniel and Mike. Then we have the test recordings that happen on Mike's birthday. And then we have these school recordings between Marvin and Care's PlayStation. So I'll explain two things here. I do believe Marvin messing with Care's save data to bring her right in front of the school. I do believe that would have created a strange situation save file. Basically, as like sort of a, if the game detects a weird change in it, it will become a strange situation save file. I believe that's what happens. And so this sort of strange situation save file that Marvin created, that's on Care's PlayStation, and she leaves the game running this entire time. Now, why does she do this? Perhaps it is at the strong request of a family member. Perhaps it is at the strong request of Daniel. Now, you see, if Daniel sees that a school has been constructed in his game without his knowledge, he's going to get suspicious. He's going to be like, I want to see everything this man has to say. I want to keep track of his every move, see what he's saying, try to figure out what he's doing, what's going on here, and hopefully I'll be able to find this guy. It's possible Rainer doesn't even know that it's Marvin doing this at this point. It's just a green guy, I guess. But whatever green guy is, Daniel wants to find out. And during any time Care wouldn't be looking, whether or not she's at school, whether she's eating, whether she's out playing with friends, Daniel would come over and he would play on the PlayStation. To try and sort of get Marvin to overplay his hand a little bit, reveal some information. So let's see the very second school demo recording. And I'll tell you right now, I believe this is Rainer playing. I could be wrong, but I do believe this is Rainer. Play music for Babby. She will become melody. Thanks. Lovely. Lovely. She tripped and fell and is lost. Stop. Sorry. Tiara plays bad music too. Do it right next time. Sad. Okay, pal. Alright. So I believe that was Rainer playing. And the reason I believe this is because we've discussed how the machine is activated by playing music, right? Well, what if it could also be activated by playing the music remotely? We know that Daniel was involved with an attempt to turn Belle into Tiara. Now, of course, We do not uh we do not know how many times Marvin tried to turn Belle into Tiara, but I do believe there are at least two, and I believe this is the one where Raynor was involved in. I could be wrong. This could be Care playing, and she doesn't really know what Marvin's asking her to do. But either way, I do believe Marvin was trying to use this event to rebirth Belle into Tiara. Now, Belle hadn't questioned Marvin up till this point. She had just kind of been going along with whatever happens. But after this moment, I don't know, that might have started to set some seeds of doubt in her mind. And, of course, Raynor has now just heard the name Tiara. Whether or not he's playing, he's almost definitely watching the recordings of this. So, Raynor now knows that there is someone called Tiara that Marvin knows. By the way, I forgot to say the year that the school demo recordings would take place in. These would all take place in 1997. Sort of after Anna got more custody of Care, basically. That's what I believe happened. So now we'll want to look at the very next school demo recording, and that is in Petscop 15. I might go quiet here for a little bit, because, I don't know, I don't have a lot to say about girl. I do kind of want this to be sort of like a you and I watching this together experience. Sort of a reaction video, although I already know what's going on. Girl! Girl! I guess I could say one thing. I do believe this picture of a girl is supposed to be Lena. Sort of like Marvin is working for the memory of Lena. He's working for the memory of Lena. The memory of Lena is his boss, so to say. Not like Lena being alive and giving him orders, but the memory of her driving him to do these things he is doing. I do believe this is Care playing, by the way. I will say, I believe this is Care playing, and Marvin's trying to show Care something. Now, not in table, what that means is that what she just said is not in the speech table. So either she mistyped or she said something that wasn't accepted. Sit here for the present. This is Belle. I am Tiawa, not Bell. First of all, I hope you guys like my tiara voice. That's what I'm going to be using this entire time. So, uh, so I guess I would explain something here. Why does Tiara refer to herself as Tiara and Marvin refer to her as Belle if Tiara is the name Marvin wants to call Belle? Okay, I'll explain that real quick. Marvin wants to use a name that Care would know, and Care would know the name Belle. But since Belle is at least somewhat under Marvin's influence right now, she's like, no, no, not. I'm Tiara. You said I could be Tiara. That's my name. That's me. I'm Tiara now. So yeah, these are two childhood friends, you know. They played Petscop together on Mike's birthday. And they've been friends before that as well. They're just really good childhood friends, and Marvin wants to say, "Hey, look, Care, this is your old friend from back in the day. Haven't seen in a while." Pues nifty. What? Nifty. No. Puya. One. Pues nifty. So whatever nifty is, we'll see Care press nifty here in a second. Um, so what nifty is it's a texture editor. I don't know the exact series of inputs that classifies as nifty. I don't think it's important, but whatever nifty is, if you do it, you can access the texture editor. So Care's messing around with the texture editor right now, drawing some symbols. I noticed that these are purple and yellow. That might be a coincidence, but I don't know. So Care writes hi on the texture board. So basically, what Tiara just told Care how to do, I'm going to be using the names Tiara and Belle interchangeably, kind of. What Belle just told Care how to do is a much better form of communication than the terrible speech table. But also, you know, Rayner's looking over these recordings, and he has much more confirmation that Tiara is Marvin's captive, is his next victim. So during this time, I'm sure that Care and Belle would be speaking, and possibly unbeknownst to Belle, Rayner would also be speaking to Tiara. And throughout this time, Tiara would kind of send some SOS messages to the family, to Rayner specifically. And some of these messages would be Turn off PlayStation. Number one. I don't believe these originated from the pink tool. I believe these originated from textures that Raynor saw in the school building. And some of these would say, turn off PlayStation. Of course, why? Why would I turn off PlayStation? Because Marvin picks up Tool and hurts me when the PlayStation is on. Now, of course, Raynor wants to be getting as much information about Marvin as possible, and in order to do that, he needs to leave the PlayStation on. Now, if he turns the PlayStation off and Care loads her save file back where she was before she saved, well, Marvin could just take the Care model, bring that to the school, and that would be an end of it. However, if the PlayStation was left on the entire time, Raynor could get some information on Marvin. Marvin doesn't want that. And of course, Marvin probably wouldn't know which specific member of the family was watching him this whole time. He'd just know that someone on Care's PlayStation was suspicious of him. Probably Anna is who he'd think it is. So Marvin would be wanting them to turn off the PlayStation, so that the only time it's on is when Care is playing. And of course, Belle also gives a few other messages. I love you, Newmaker. Newmaker would probably be the name that Raynor gave to Tiara for her to refer to him as, because it's a pseudonym. Of course, he doesn't want Marvin knowing who he is. So he'd go by the name Newmaker. Marvin would probably know the name Raynor, but not the name Newmaker. So we have two pseudonyms here. Sorry. I love you, Newmaker. Please show Marvin where his house is. His daughter is there. Go there, and he'll follow you. Now, Marvin is obviously torturing Belle with the tool. And he knows that this is a way to get the family to do what he wants. Show me where the house is. Show me where Care is, and I'll stop torturing this young girl. Now, Raynor, he really wants to find the kidnapper and bring him to justice without having to put his family in danger in order to do that. But someone's being hurt right now, and so he's kind of in a situation where he has to make a choice. It's like, do I show him where his house is and he could come and kidnap his own daughter, or do I not and allow Belle to be hurt because of it? It's very much a dilemma. Now, here's one question that actually does come up. So Marvin does still legally have some custody days on Care. Why doesn't he kidnap her then? Because that's suspicious. If you kidnap someone on your custody week, that is going to be very suspicious. But if you kidnap someone on someone else's custody week, that's not going to be suspicious. The police aren't going to tie it to you. They're going to tie it to literally anyone else. So that's why Marvin wants to kidnap Care on a day where she's in Anna's custody. So this sort of conversation continues on for a while. The sort of back and forth of Care playing on the Strange Situation file, Raynor playing on the Strange Situation file, Belle sort of communicating with both of them, and Marvin sort of watching the whole thing unfold. Marvin trying to find out where his house is, and Raynor trying to find out where Marvin's school is, and whatever evidence he can find to bring him to justice. Possibly even just waiting for Marvin to say his own name. So, that was that school recording. We're going to be watching one of the more important school recordings now. Alright? So, the day is June 5th, 1997. Anna's working late as usual, and she asks Raynor to come over to watch Care. He's a good babysitter. He'd make sure she wouldn't get kidnapped. Though, Raynor needs to find Marvin. He needs to rescue Belle, and he needs to bring Marvin to justice. So, On that day, when Care and Marvin are playing Petscop together, this is what happens. All right. The Garalina room. And this is our very first introduction to Boss. So there's a few things going on here. Number one, Daniel's the one who made the game, but Marvin's been using the game. So in a sense, you could say that Marvin and Daniel, in a sense, are kind of both Garalina. In a weird sense. They're both working against each other, but they're both using the game to do it. They're both developing the game in order to find each other's locations. Boss. I do not believe Boss is the literal Lena. I believe Boss is the memory of Lena. And in a sense, both Rainer and Marvin are working for the memory of Lena. Marvin, his interpretation of working for the memory of Lena is to bring her back, in a sense. Rainer's idea of working for the memory of Lena is to make sure other kids don't end up in the same situation she was in. Getting lost, wandering the Newmaker plane, and dying. Somehow. So they both have very conflicting ideas on what it means to work for the memory of Lena. That's what I believe Boss represents. Not actual Lena, but the memory of her. I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong about everything I just said, but I think that might be a better interpretation of what Boss is. All right. So this is one of our censored items. I briefly mentioned a censored item earlier, but this is the first time we're actually going to see it in gameplay footage. This is one of the censored items. This is 5 words on a chalkboard in the dirty building that Marvin inhabits. What do they say? Well, I believe Marvin answers that right now. Pal. What room are you in? That's 5 words. What room are you in? So Marvin does not know the layout of Care's room, but he has some idea of what items are in her room. She has a bed, she has a TV she's playing Petscop on, she has a piano because of the Needles piano extension, and a chair to play the game on. He doesn't know what layout of the room is most accurate, so he just kind of organizes these in like predictable patterns and says, hey, which of these layouts is the most similar to yours? And this is Care playing right now. So Care sees this photo and she dances around it. This is the layout of the room I'm in. Thanks. Here I come. What? No. 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 Dad? Dad? And at that moment, Kara was kidnapped. Unable to finish the inputs of trying to convince Marvin not to come to her house. Now, this does raise a few questions, and I'll be sure to answer them. I'm going to answer them after the demo recording ends here real quick. This was, I don't know, if you followed the series from the beginning, this was such a dramatic moment. I'm not going to lie. This is like the last super plot relevant episode of the series before the credits, so yeah, it hits heavy. It's all right. I think you guys get what happened. So, two questions. Marvin was quick, but he was also playing on a PlayStation. How does that work? Well, we'll know later that you can play Petscop in a car. So what I believe happened was Rainer showed Marvin where the house was, and he drove there in his car, playing Petscop on this sort of version of the game that you can play in a car, which is confusing, but I don't know. Think of a remote network in like modern PlayStation games. That's kind of what it's like. You can play it in a car, on a bus or a train. You can play it in the New Maker plane. So that's what happens. But of course, the family's expecting Marvin to come in through the front door. And of course, if Marvin's going in the house and they set like this sort of motion trigger to sort of capture, like sort of automatically take a picture of Marvin the second he enters Kare's room, um, that's sort of Rainer's plan to catch Marvin. Marvin will go in through the front door. He'll enter Kare's room from the side, and then a picture will be taken of it, and a message will automatically be sent to Anna to tell her that Care has left the room. But also, we have this incriminating photo of Marvin. However, since the door kind of opens outward, if Marvin was going out at the time, his photo would have been blocked by the door. Hey, so I realized I didn't explain why the door opening is would be any different from which side. Basically, if you open the door from inside the room, opening the door is what would activate the camera. So if you open the door from the inside of the room, where there is no camera, it wouldn't take a picture of you. But if you open the door from the other side where the camera is, it would take a picture of you. So when Marvin opened the door from inside the room, there wasn't a picture taken of him, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So, of course, a door is open, so the photo, the door's closed, the next photo, the door's open, but nobody can see who opened it. So, once again, we do not have an incriminating photo of Marvin. So Rainer's plan fails. He sits back and lets this happen, but his plan fails. And so Marvin is able to successfully escape with Care. But of course, at this point, Marvin doesn't know which family member is the one who's suspicious of him. And Rainer's the one who led him to the house. So, of course, he might trust Rainer at this point. He might have some trust for Rainer. He might think, the two of us are working together. We're working for the memory of Lena. We're going to bring her back. But Rainer has other ideas. So, a few days after the kidnapping happens, Rainer gets back to working on Petscop, and he's about to make something specifically for Marvin. This is 1997. So on June 10th of 1997, he starts writing his message. And then on June 13th, he sends a copy of Petscop. He's somehow able to get a copy of Petscop to Marvin with instructions to access a very special structure he made in the New Maker plane for him. Now, if I can find the right episode, it's Petscop 20. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the beginning of this, and I'm going to show you guys. So this is June 13th of 1997. Rainer has just given a copy of Petscop to Marvin with specific instructions for him to access a very specific part of the game. Alright, you guys. Marvin's middle initial is V. Marvin's middle initial is V, you guys. Mum. I love how it almost looks like it says mum. Marvin! Marvin! Mum! Mum. I will draw the Petscop family as the Family Guy cast. I warn you. Alright. This door is locked. So he's in Tonith's room. And the note says press start, down, 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 right, and then start. Marvin pauses the game and he looks at options. He looks at the controls. And he sees that the right and left are switched. I believe because Rainer is fucking with him. He tries to configure the controls, but no. Rainer's like, nah, fam. Nah, fam, you can't do that. You're gonna go with inverted axes, and you're gonna like it. So Marvin does decide to insert the code to get to the New Maker plane. Also, the quit button is gone. I assume it's also because Rainer wants to fuck with Marvin. And he can't turn the game off unless he unplugs the PlayStation or something. So Marvin goes out. He goes out of the Even Care facility after entering the code. And this loading screen I don't think is super important. I don't know what it is anyway. Then this happens. This is a crude recreation of the school building. Why is it a crude recreation of the school building? Well, Rainer doesn't tell Marvin, because again, Rainer is fucking with him. If Tony can confirm one thing for me, I would love for it to be whether or not Rainer is fucking with Marvin. In this scene. I don't know, it's just the one thing I'd like to know about this series is whether or not Rainer is like a bit of a prankster. And he just likes messing with Marvin. I wonder if this is I wonder if this is what it's like finding kidnappers on the internet, like speaking with them on the internet and trying to get them to reveal stuff about themselves so the police can find them. I wonder if that's what having a job like that is like. Because you can just fuck with them and they wouldn't know, and then they'd go to prison, and it'd just be amazing. Okay, so Raynor's updated the game. Hi Marvin, Raynor here. You have to be careful this time. If you start running out there without a sense of purpose, you'll get lost. I'm writing this on July 10th, 1997, and Care is still missing. We are searching. Last weekend, we almost got lost ourselves. Your search is harder. Beyond here, there are no landmarks. But this model of a brick building, though crude, should still be familiar to you. So Raynor's looking for a grave here. And Marvin decides to show him where it is. Where is this building? From here, I want you to find a grave. You know the grave I'm talking about. It's definitely out here somewhere. It's unmarked, of course. That's the trouble. You're the only person who can find it. So he's out looking for the grave. It's taken him a while, though. So, I increased your speed so you can search faster. Alright. So, that's sort of the July recordings. Sort of like the post-kidnapping recordings that Marvin did for Raynor, because at this point, Marvin would believe he's an ally. Maybe not the 100% most trustworthy ally, but an ally nonetheless. And, you know, if they're both working for the memory of Lena, and if they both mean the exact same thing when they say that, well, of course, Marvin could use Raynor to do something else for him. But I'm getting ahead of myself. First, I want to explain that during this time, Marvin would undoubtedly be doing the same brainwashing tactics that he did on Mike and Belle before her. He would torture her with the tool if she went out of line. And he would insult her emotionally. In particular, one thing he did that did stick with Care for quite a while after all this was he showed Care her reflection in a blurry vase. It's one of those reflective vases with like a big oval shape at the bottom. So like if you look into it, it's going to distort your face. And he says, "Look at how ugly you are. You're so ugly, you ugmo. I can make you beautiful, though. You follow me downstairs, I can make you beautiful." And so, on the night of November 10th, Marvin starts to do something. So he informs Raynor he's about to do this. And if Raynor really is on his side, he'll go on Kara's old save file and he'll play the piano remotely for the rebirthing process. So we're going to see what that looks like when we get into Petscop 23. So we end this exactly where Kara's save file left off. In the middle of the school, as she was about to say something but didn't get to. And of course, Marvin picked up his PlayStation again at this time. And he goes out. By the way, the save files for Marvin probably are different save files. Maybe it's like stored on the disk or something, I don't know. But like, yeah, it's like, this is a different save file of Marvin's. This is his, this is the one where he's in the school, and the other one was the one Raynor gave him. So he picks up his save file and he leaves, signaling Raynor to follow him. And Raynor picks up his controller. And when he does, this plays. It says not in table because it's not in table. Then Belle comes in. Shall we? Help. So, right now, Belle is informing Raynor that she has a plan. And Raynor just needs to trust her. She writes a series of numbers on the wall in Nifty. And these spell out the combination for the locker. So this is Belle sort of subtly trying to tell Raynor that she has a plan to get Care out of the situation. But of course, Marvin's already got her in the basement and is prepared to put her in the machine. One thing I should mention is that the school demo recordings, although I do take them as literal gameplay footage, there is some symbolism in them for stuff that's going on in the real world. That's just kind of like symbolism and such. Here's the locker. Marvin's kind of getting impatient because he's not supposed to be at the locker. He's supposed to be following Marvin to the basement. You're supposed to go to the basement, Raynor. What the frick are you doing? Why are you looking at the locker, huh, you punk? What are you doing? Stop it. No, I'm telling Lena, I'm telling the memory of Lena on you, you dang. Now Raynor looks in the locker and he sees this note. Now this note is probably a forgery by Marvin to like kind of convince Tiara after her successful rebirthing attempt, whenever that's going to be. This is sort of written for her by Marvin as a sort of forgery from Mommy Leskowitz. I don't have a lot of evidence for Tiara being Lena's middle name. I don't have a lot of evidence for that. I just assume that's what would be the case. Now Marvin's getting really impatient. He's like, come on. We have a job to do. Come on. Come on. Lena wants this. Come to the basement. So Rainer walks to the basement. And then we get this sequence of events. You'll find the machine up ahead. This is the only entry or exit. You will pass through this room again as you leave. Keep in mind, everything here your baby will see. Alright, so what does this represent? Well, it could represent one of two things. Number one, it could represent the caskets. So we've seen 3 caskets so far. The caskets are the censored items. We've seen the drawing of the windmill, we've seen the words on the chalkboard, and we've seen the flower, the sort of vase with the flower in it. We haven't seen the 4th casket yet, which is technically casket 2, but we'll get into that. So this could represent the caskets, and Rainer is sort of throwing these caskets in the abyss so that Care won't see them. So we have the building, we have a picture of something, and we have a 3rd thing. Alternatively, it could be representing putting in memories of Lena. Now, of course, there would be some things that Lena would see and some things she wouldn't. Specifically, Lena would see the windmill because the windmill was still built before her death. So if Marvin is trying to bring Lena back, of course, he'd want Care to see the windmill. Of course, a photo of 2 friends in front of a windmill. That's what I believe that is. And then there's, of course, the crayons that Care used to draw it. After Marvin is satisfied, he opens a door for Rainer. And inside is a little something Rainer started to code that he wasn't intending for Marvin to see quite yet. But she's in here. So Rainer goes in, and he catches Care B. And Care B's description is this. Care B is scared and pounding on the door. I open it. It's so dark that I can't see her. So I pull her out, and the light hits her face. And they won't even give me a picture of her now. They're all scattered in graves. And I'm a piece of shit. Here I go. Do-do-do! Do-do-do! So, Rainer, of course, would be looking for the grave that Marvin showed him at this time. He'd be out in the Newmaker plane searching for it regularly. He wouldn't be able to find anything because it's a big plane. He doesn't know where anything is. And, of course, the references to not seeing Care, I believe, would be in reference to how the family hasn't seen her in 5 months. I think that's about it. That's about all I can say about that, is no one would have seen her for 5 months, and they're all scared. Something terrible must have happened to her. So Rainer comes in. He puts his pieces in the machine. And it's time. Put baby. He takes care of B, puts her in the machine. This would be symbolic of Marvin putting care in the machine. Time to play. And now Raynor has to play the piano. Fuck. Stop. Stop. All right. So Raynor has just played a song that is not the song Marvin wanted to play, but is one where after it is played, Care would still be safe. She would have very warped memories and a warped perception of reality. She'd be different. She'd be essentially a different person at this point. But she wouldn't be who Marvin wanted her to be. So Raynor takes Care out of the machine. In-game, this is Raynor taking the code out of the machine. But I believe this is symbolic of Belle, in real life, taking the real-life Care out of the machine, as Marvin left to go reset the machine for a second attempt. So the rest of this is very symbolic. Like Raynor's playing and going along with it, but this would be symbolic of what Belle would be doing in real life. Now, as you can see, the green tool is not here anymore. Marvin's presence has left. He's not watching Raynor right now. He's not watching Belle right now. He's trying to reset the machine right now. But Belle is going out. She's taking the dizzy and confused Care out of the machine, and she's bringing her to a locker to hide her. So they put her in the locker, close it. And then Raynor takes the player character outside, out of the school. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what this is. Maybe it's a sign that Raynor's work here is done for now. So what happens after that day? So it's the night of November 10th, 1997. and Belle just hid Care in her locker. Now Marvin searches all around the school for Care, and he's unable to find her. He could possibly be very angry at Belle right now, but for now he needs to go to sleep because it's late and he's tired. That night, Belle lets Care out of her locker, and she tells her to run. She tells her to run out into the countryside, try to find her home. Now, this is very dangerous because we know what happened to Mike. When Mike tried to escape the school, he wasn't able to find his home, and he got hit by a car. What's going to happen to Care? Well, this will be another segment where I sort of edit together some footage here. So, Care goes out on the night of November 10th, and for the entirety of the next day, she's trying to find home. She sees some things that aren't there. She sees a windmill that was not there before, and especially, she finds the grave of Lena Leskowitz. She finds a dead body and says, "What the fuck?" She finds the dead body of Lena Leskowitz. That's scary, but it's important. Now, Rainer would have known that Care would have tried to escape the school around this time. And her birthday is coming up. And that reminded Rainer of an old story about Lena. After she went missing, Marvin would go out into the New Maker Plain with birthday girl signs, promising cake to the birthday girl if she found her way back home. So Rainer decides to do the same thing here. And for Care, it actually works. And on November 12th, on her birthday, she comes home and is welcomed back by Anna. However, something's different. Care does not respond to the name Care anymore. It goes in one ear and out the other. And, you know, it's kind of a tricky situation to get her home because she doesn't know what's going on. She might not even remember her family. She definitely doesn't even remember her own name. And when she tries to go through a door, she thinks it's open, but it's not. She tries to go in the door, but runs straight into it because the door was closed, but it looked open. She's seeing things that aren't there and not seeing things that are. This is very confusing for both her and the family. But Rainer does have an idea. You know, little Care is traumatized. She doesn't know who she is. She doesn't know where she is. But she does have her PlayStation. She has her Petscop. And when she logs on it to play it again, Daniel updates the game and puts something in it specifically for her. Now, there is some weirdness to this episode, I will admit, and it has caused some fans to believe that this isn't literal, it's like symbolic of something, but I don't know. I feel like I have to take all gameplay footage as literal. First of all, the piece count is a little off if this is chronological order, but to me, that's because Tony recorded this episode before the final episode, so he wouldn't have, he wouldn't have been paying that much attention to the piece count. He probably would have just taken the Guardian, put him back at the school area, and played. Second off is that the green tool is here, and that's like symbolic of Marvin's presence. It's just some game coding, so I wouldn't really look too much into that either. So Daniel codes something very specific behind that wall that Care kept being brought to in the upstairs of the school. The girl picture. Again, what I believe to be a picture of Lena. So Daniel builds what is essentially a school counselor room. Hi there. Sorry for pulling you out of class. I know you've been busy catching up. Don't worry. I just want to talk with you. Hey, do you want to play a game? You can pick any game you want, and we can play it together. So, Raynor takes on the persona of a school counselor to sort of speak with Care in-game, sort of to not startle her. There are many games here. Accident does have a few symbols of something that we'll see later. It's like this very faint image we see in the tools room, and I'm not sure what it represents. This is still something I'm not super certain about. It could be like plugging the pieces of memory together. This is red and this is yellow. Yellow is Care's color and red is Paul's color. So it could represent that they are the same person. And of course, Paul's lived a longer life than Care. This is all symbolic of something. We have rotation. Rotation is a little bit important in the series. I do believe different rotations are symbolic of different builds of the map. And there's like 15 different builds of the Petscop map. Some of them involve the New Maker plane, some of them don't. It's just there are like 15 or 16 different builds of the Petscop map. And they're all represented by different numbers, different rotations, you know, kind of like that. We have checkers, which is not super important. It's just checkers. And then we have grave robber. This is one that they play. And this is both symbolic and literal gameplay footage. Grave robber is kind of like Battleship. Oh, you already know grave robber? That's good. I don't like explaining things. Place the windmill. Of course, Care would have seen the windmill. Place your first grave. How many kids died out in the New Maker plane? We only know of 3 people that Marvin has kidnapped, but there could be more. And of course, one of these is Lena, who I don't think was a victim of Marvin. I think she just died long ago and it upset Marvin. And as you can see, player 2's board is not actually a game board, but is a recording board. That top section, that's a recording board. Daniel wants to record the movements of this because it's a symbolic attempt to try... I called you several times and you didn't come. Do I have the wrong name here? I noticed you named your file Strange Situation. Is that your name? Please confirm. And so now, Care will be giving Raynor a name with which to call herself in the future. And that name is Paul. Paul. Okay. Your turn, Paul. So this is Raynor trying to subconsciously, maybe through hypnosis or something, trying to get Care to retrace her steps, find out what she was doing on November 11th before she came home. And of course, on the top screen, he's trying to record the movements of himself and Care. Are you right-handed or left-handed? You don't know? Really? Well, which hand do you write with? That one? That's your left hand. That means you're left-handed. I'm right-handed. I use this hand. My right is actually your left. Isn't that confusing? Anyway, your turn. Of course. You know, Kara's confused left and right because of all this. That horrible machine. Moving 5 times in a row was a mistake. Now I can't retrace all my steps. You should dig often. It helps you win. And of course, that was symbolic of Paul finding Lena's grave. Symbolic. It's a little bit off down here, you see. But of course, you know, Rainer is trying to ask someone who's a little bit disoriented where they were. You see, as Paul was recording this, he might have got a few things wrong around this area. Kids shouldn't say swear words. Do you know why? It just doesn't sound right. It's disturbing. You should use cleaner words, even when you're really angry. Your turn. Okay, I love the lore implications that Paul got his fuckisms from Marvin. I like that. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of like that. I think that's funny. That's a very big boo-boo on your face. We're going to help you. Together. Everyone is. When you reach for your shoes will be there. When you walk through a doorway, the door will be open. Wherever you go, the floor will continue under your feet. Every move you make will be made valid. Everything you see will become real. Everything you say will become the truth.
Your turn. This makes Paul a little bit uncomfortable. So he quits. You want to quit? Why? Oh, I don't blame you. Grave robbery is vile. This is an awful game, huh? You can play something else if you want. So, there Raynor was trying to subconsciously... Oh, it's okay, you can go. I hope you can find your real house. So, as you can see there, Raynor was trying to get Paul to sort of subconsciously get some information about where Lena's grave was, so he could find Lena's grave and he could also find the school. I don't believe Raynor got the information he needed out of that, because as you could see, Paul was a little bit confused with where he was recording his movements for a second. But Paul does continue to play in this old school building. This was really just to set up hype for the final episode at the time. This is like the second to last episode. And it was basically just to build up hype for it. But this is mostly symbolic. We never do learn what was to the right. We never... No! Freddy! Don't! Shut up, Freddy! We never do get to learn what's to the right of the, of the basement of the school building. We never do. That could be many things. That could be an escape route from the school. That could be the place where Marvin sets up the code for the machine. That could be like a passage to Lena's grave. We don't know. But what we do know is that it's important, and we never found out what it was, and even I don't know what the right of the Shadow Monster room is. I don't know what the right... I don't know what's to the right of the machine beyond school basement stairway. I don't know. Okay? I just don't know. But that was one of Raynor's attempts to speak to Paul after he came home. And of course, he chose the name Paul because Marvin had been calling him Pal during his time playing the game. And Pal, misspelled, would sound like Paul to Care. So Care goes by the name Paul now. Forgive me if I use the wrong pronouns for a while, because we're kind of in the phase where Care is becoming Paul, so you know. But I will probably be using the names Care and Paul interchangeably for a little bit, just so you guys know what's going on. Okay, so the next thing we want to take a look at is in Petscop 17. Raynor kind of got Paul out of that scary school building, and he put Paul in a recreation of the house, of Anna's house. Now, the thing about this house is that we don't know, in terms of under the Newmaker plane, the house and the windmill, we don't know when they were made for certain, because they could have been made back in 1996, when Raynor was trying to calculate the distance between the house and the school. But it could also be that Raynor would create these things now. And he'd create them for a few different reasons. Number one is to eventually create a guilt trip for Marvin that would become what we know as the modern Petscop. And two is to set up another attempt for Paul to retrace his steps on November 11th when he came home. And we see this recording in Petscop 17. Now, this is the room impulse recordings. Raynor had multiple ways of recording gameplay inputs, and one of them was the room impulse recordings. And right now, we can see a member of the family in modern times trying to find that specific recording that was of care back in 1997. It takes a while for them to find it. I'll be honest. I forgot it took them this long to find that recording, but it makes sense. There's like 17 different characters on the screen. I think this is the right one. Okay. All right. So this is Paul playing. This is Paul Care. This is Paul playing. Hi there. Wake up. You're free. So this is Raynor speaking. Raynor is giving Paul some messages. There you go. Thank you. I want you to retrace your steps. The family, as usual, wants to learn what happened to you between November 10th and 12th of 1997. On November 10th of 1997, you ran away from your daddy's school building, and on the 12th you arrived at your house. The question is, where were you on November 11th, and what were you doing there? I hope to guide you to that location with a spell, which I will begin now. You are a girl named Carrie Mark, and you were born on November 12th, 1992. You have a mommy named Anna, a daddy named Marvin, an auntie named Jill, an uncle named Thomas, a cousin named Daniel. And dots. I know what you must be thinking. Have these statements always been true, or have I cursed you? Is there such a thing? A curse that changes your past? Stop thinking. You were kidnapped and spent 5 months studying in an abandoned elementary school. You ran away, crying, ashamed, covering your face. You were blind. At some point, your movements stopped making sense. Bumping into walls and doors, dodging invisible obstacles. Find the moment. When were you led astray on the road? A girl went missing around here. Story goes, your daddy used to sit on a bench with a birthday cake, trying to lure her home. Instead of missing girl signs, he put up birthday girl signs, promising cake to the birthday girl. Of course, the birthday girl never came home, to his disappointment. When I learned about this absurd story, I spent a lot of time digging. Eventually, I found out what really happened to that girl. Want to know? Ask. And then a text prompt will come up here in a minute. Of course, Paul is right now showing Rainer where he found something. It's right here. What's right here? Paul asks, what happened to her? I'm going to skip ahead. Yeah, this is fair. What happened to her? Now, you see, this is why I think we are meant to take at face value what happened to Lena that day. And we don't know how it happened. We don't know if it's an accident. We don't know if Marvin did it. But somebody did it. But somehow, she died. She might have gotten caught in the gears of the windmill by accident. That is a popular theory. But this is a grave right here. What's the grave say? Lena Leskowitz. They didn't see her. 1968 to 1977. I do believe we're meant to take this at face value. She died that day. We don't know if Marvin did it. We don't know if he actually went out with birthday girl signs to try and find her. All we know is she went missing and she died shortly after. So we see Paul continuing to play. And of course, where was Care before she found the grave? Well, of course, Care was at the school. So, as we see Paul walk, he goes down the staircase to under the Newmaker plane. Now, I do believe this means what I think it means is that under the Newmaker plane was supposed to represent the school basement the whole time. Everything under the Newmaker plane is designed specifically for Marvin to see, specifically to hold him accountable for his actions. This at least represents under the school. And now that Paul has kind of done this whole, backtrack thing after Rainer basically hypnotized him through weird game sounds, we see him going to the garage of the school, which is, of course, where Marvin would have driven in. After he kidnapped Care. And Care goes backwards, walking to what I can only assume is the house again. So, that's what I believe happened.
There's more to the story, of course. First of all, I do kind of want to show you something real quick, which I haven't shown before. This is just a demo recording. It doesn't really matter when it happens, but it's like symbolic of something. So I'm going to show you guys what is supposed to be like symbolic, but it's a demo recording. It's just this little thing that Rayner put together to sort of, because he was mad at Marvin and he wanted to make like this sort of cryptic cryptic meaningful demo recording to sort of call him out on his stuff. It's like he drives out of the garage of his school building. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. You guys have seen this before if you've seen the series. It's like, yeah, this sort of like this clock is the clock ticking as he's driving. It cuts ahead, and then he like arrives to a building at like 6, like sometime after 6 o'clock. So yeah, that's just sort of a demo footage that Rayner put together, just cause, just cause. It was very dramatic if you were watching the series in order, but it's just a demo recording. So the next gameplay footage we have, we're going back to Petscop 20, the Marvin episode. And so this is some recording after Rayner basically found out where Lena's grave was. And we know he found where the grave was. We know he found her. We know he found her body. Sometime after this point, Rayner found Lena's body. And then he updates Petscop. And when Marvin plays it, he finds himself in front of something. He finds himself in front of a hatch leading beneath the Newmaker plane. He goes down, sees these weird loading screens with crayons on them. Road map. It's just a road map. It's just a road map. Caskets. When these are done, they will be great. Anyone who sees them is sure to become part of the family. So we're going to see the caskets we've seen before, but also a brand new casket, which I haven't explained before because I have 2 different ideas on what it represents. So first we have this. This one is called Casket 4. 5 words written on a chalkboard in the dirty building that you inhabit. As you can see, this is like sort of a field. This is sort of a field. You have 2 shapes here, perhaps 2 people. I know people have said that these look like the hands of Karen LM, and I'm sure symbolically it can relate to that, but I think what it's literally supposed to be is a photo of something. Like a photo that maybe Care saw at one point and decided to recreate with crayons. This one is called Casket 3. After kicking you out of the house, your wife started painting the walls black to cover the stencils. I helped. She made it feel very urgent. That Saturday, busy with work, she penned a note. It contained a list of objects. So that, of course, refers to when Anna found the stencils on her wall, and she wanted to cover them up because they were scary. You know, they were about something that Anna wanted Marvin to get rid of, but he never did. They're stencils of a photo that he was supposed to get rid of. And so she covered the walls with black ink that day and had Rainer help. Now, this is the new casket. This is the new casket. And I'll let Rainer explain what this one represents. This one is called Casket 2. As I painted, I watched Care dance around the house. She liked to spin. She became a blur. But in that blur, somehow, as she spun around from 45 to 60, 180, 360, 720, 180, 1440, yeah, winding, tightening, tightening. I was stunned by pure horror and disgust. Now, what does that represent? Well, it could represent one of two things. I'll go with the least disturbing one first. The least disturbing thing it could refer to is, you know how Rainer did set up sort of the birthday girl signs to lure Care back home? Well, it's possible she was given a present that day, a bright red dress. A bright red dress that she could dance and spin around in to her heart's content. The more disturbing thing it could represent is something from the day before, when Care was out in the Newmaker Plain trying to find her way home, and she stumbled upon a grave of someone who died by being tightened and twisted in a mess of gears in an old windmill. It could represent one or the other. I'm not entirely certain, but I do believe that's what it could represent. And then the final casket. This one is called Casket 1. You showed Care her red, blurry reflection in a vase. You said, "Do you see that? Look at how ugly you are now." Care squinted her eyes. The reflection wasn't clear at all, but as you began to describe her grisly deformities, she began to see them. "Nobody wants to see you like this," you said. But she soon escaped and bravely returned home. In her bathroom mirror, she saw a clear picture. So, of course, those are the caskets. Some of the most, some of the references to some of the most bad things Marvin has done, and also some of the most personal things to the family. We see this picture. I'm not sure what this represents. We've seen a bench a lot of times. It could be a bench in front of the windmill, but it could also be a bench in front of the school. We don't really know. But it did look like a bench. And of course, Marvin keeps exploring this under the Newmaker Plain. He finds a picture of the house that he sort of pressured Rainer into showing him the location of. The house he broke into on that night. The school, the building that he inhabits, the place he brought all his victims to for his weird experiment. And then the windmill, of course, the event that started this all. place she went missing. Michael Hammond, the child who died because of his decisions, he was a gift, and he was taken away. And now Marvin arrives at a place where he can ask Raynor a few questions. First question he wants to ask: Did you Did you dig the grave? No, that would be too incriminating. Marvin wanted to ask that. Did you find Lena? Oh, I was so worried about her. I don't know. No answer. No answer from Raynor other than, I don't know. Now Marvin gets angry. We were working together, he thinks. Who is your boss? Do you truly work for the memory of Lena? Or are you going against her by trying to get me in trouble? He asks another question. What year is it? A green calendar. So, I have to explain the calendars. There are 3 different calendars we see throughout the series. We see a green calendar, which represents 1997, Marvin's year, the year he did all the bad stuff. We see a gray calendar of 2000, a year where 2 very important things happened. We'll talk about 2000, but we don't have a lot of gameplay footage from that year. We just know a few events that happened in it, which I'll call Raynor's year. And then we have 2017, which we'll get to towards the end. And the red calendar represents 2017. That's Paul's year. I'll explain why these are all sort of the case later, but for now, 1997 is Marvin's year because that's the year he did all the bad stuff. So then Marvin goes back here, and he's able to look at a windmill with a camera that he can turn. Again, turning the camera right around, taking a picture that does not involve said windmill. If Marvin goes all the way up with the camera, all the way up, faint voices of a child. Faint voices of a child who is no longer on Earth. He brings the camera all the way down. All the way down. Beneath the windmill. And then Marvin sees himself and the tool he used to hurt so many in the past. And then there's a symbol. I don't know what the symbols represent. Don't ask me, because I do not know. I don't know what the symbols represent. There's symbol cubes all over the game. They might refer to specific players. I don't know. And then Marvin takes a look at his at an item that Raynor gave him and him alone. Something for him and him alone. The pet toneth. Your butt leaves a cavity in the chair. That's just funny. Okay. So that was also in 1997. That was after Raynor did find Lena's grave. We see a white tool in the windmill when the Guardian does sort of capture Lena, I guess. And I believe what that represents is that Raynor did in fact find Lena's grave. And if Raynor found Lena's grave, that means he's a few steps away from finding the school. He may not have found its exact location yet, but he does inform Marvin, I'm coming for you, I'm getting closer. And then we have what is a rather wholesome recording. So this is Care playing Petscop. You know, she had been brought out of the New Maker plane and back into the actual game, the Surface game, even Care. And she's just having the time of her life. She's back home, she's playing her games again, and she's dancing to I Saw the Sign by Ace of Base. It's just kind of cute. It's wholesome. Now she's back home, but Belle's still at the school. And you know, Marvin isn't content to let his little experiment end here. He has another kid. He has another attempt to rebirth Lena. Of course, that means someone is in danger. And Daniel does need to find the school. Otherwise, Belle could be in trouble. But of course, we have discussed both PlayStations being on is sort of a way where Raynor can, you know, find out what's going on, find out some more information, and get Belle out of that school. So Belle leaves her PlayStation on, but we are uncertain if Care's PlayStation is left on, and we don't know how Raynor would be able to see whatever Marvin's doing at this time. We don't know. We don't know a lot of stuff about the time between 1997 and the year 2000. But we do know a few things. So I'm just gonna exit this one. It's wholesome if you want to go watch it, but you should watch the series anyway. It's pretty good. You know, all these are Paul. Seen you. Haven't seen you. Seen you. Seen you. Ugh. I'm looking for it right now. I'm looking for what I'm looking for. Okay, I think I got I think I got all the 1997 footage. There is, of course, the thing I showed you at the very beginning in Petscop 14. Yeah, I don't know when this takes place. So take of that what you will. I don't know if Marvin found the house sometime before 2017, or if that does take place in 2017. But for it, you gotta know right now. Marvin is playing on one build of the map, but the disc that's kind of like in Paul's house, Anna's house, that's a different build of the map. they're working on different builds of the map, and we'll see why different builds of the map still happen later. For right now, though, we need to discuss what happened between 1997 and 2000, because Raynor's still trying to get Belle out of that school. He decided he's not going to put Care in harm's way in order to do that again. So, we want to know what happened. Well, the recordings can give us some idea. This is Petscop 19, and at the beginning of this episode, a family member sort of scrolls through every recording that Petscop has so far. And it's dated from newest to oldest. So at the oldest section, you have Raynor's test recordings. Towards the beginning, you have some of the more modern recordings. A lot of these are auto, so we don't know who did these. Well, okay, we do, but we'll find out later. A lot of auto recordings. Switches from disk to document at some point, so we'll see what that means eventually. Here's the important thing. We have fuck. We have Tiara, and we have all the way back here, all the way, a bunch of recordings away, we have Belle. We have what is probably like 4 years worth of recordings here, from Belle to Tiara, and then frick. So if we use our logic here for a minute, what does this mean? Well, I think what it means is that we have Belle playing Petscop during this time she's in captivity, and then we have a recording that was taken during the second attempt to rebirth her. And then we have fuck. Something bad happened. So we have the second attempt. We have Marvin's second attempt to rebirth Belle into Tiara. We don't know how involved Raynor was with this, but he could have been involved to some extent. And it ended badly. She didn't die, but something bad happened. And this got to Raynor a lot. So this probably would have happened around the time of the year 2000. And Raynor's just had enough at that point. So on Christmas of the year 2000, he leaves the family with a copy of Petscop and the instructions to access the new Maker plane. He leaves them a note that says he's angry with himself, he's angry at Marvin, and he's angry at the family. He's angry at pretty much everyone at this point of time, even seeing himself as a piece of shit. And so he does what a lot of people would do in that situation. He goes into Anna's bathroom and he kills himself on Christmas of the year 2000, leaving the family with a copy of Petscop so that if they want, they could at least try to save Belle, the child that Raynor failed to save all those years ago. Things are pretty quiet for a while. Belle's still held in captivity by Marvin this whole time, and the police haven't caught Marvin yet. They haven't caught him yet. He's still out there. He's still at his school building, and he's still able to do horrible things. And Belle is his prisoner right now. So time passes, and the family starts to explore the Petscop game. But there are a few items that Anna finds while playing the game that she is not impressed by. She finds the caskets, these very personal items to the family, and she doesn't want other people to see them.
So, we get our very first instance of someone other than Rainer or Marvin editing the game, and that is Anna sealing off the room with the caskets in it so that if Paul were to play this game sometime in the future, he would not see the caskets, or that other family members would not see the caskets, whatever. Again, anyone with access to Rainer's website can edit Petscop at this time. So although most of the game, most of the new maker plane, and most of Even Care has already been put in the game by Daniel/Rainer, the family will be able to update Petscop after this point, and that will come into play in some moments. So who are our surviving family members right now? We still have Thomas and Jill Hammond. These two, the aunt and uncle, both of their children are dead. We also have Anna, who likely removed the father's name from her family, so they could be the Leskowitzes again. And you have Carrie Mark, now Paul Leskowitz. So you have Anna and Paul in one house, and you have Jill and Thomas in another. You also have Belle, who has her PlayStation. She's playing Petscop, and she's talking to Paul online. Sometime between 2004 and 2017, Belle does get internet access, and she's able to talk to Paul online, eventually becoming an online friend. She likely won't be able to give much information away about how she's still being held captive by Marvin and he's still torturing her, but she is allowed to reform her friendship with Paul, possibly even being allowed by Marvin because Marvin wants to get a hold of Paul again. Still probably thinking of her as Care, but regardless, still wanting to get a hold of him. So he does allow Belle to talk to Paul online. But Belle can also use this as some sort of method to free herself. If it can be known to the public that she is still in captivity and still needs freed, she can let the public know somehow. And so, when the topic of Petscop comes up, and Paul says he found it after all these years, explaining how weird it is, explaining this note he found with the game that allowed him to access something weird, Belle is interested. Because she knows that if this information were made public, the police could find Marvin after all these years. The police could find the school and free her from her captivity. And she can be reunited with Paul once again, and they can be friends. Now, let's go over what happens. Petscop 1. The very first episode of Petscop on the channel is what we're going to look at now. This is during a time when Paul is control of his YouTube channel, and he's just trying to share some footage with Belle. Because Belle wants to see the game. She only said she wants to see the game. She doesn't say anything beyond that. But Paul's happy to oblige and shows Belle some footage of this game.
I'm just gonna walk you through.
So now we're just going to be watching the whole series again. I might skip over some of the school demos and such, but yeah, I'm going to show you sort of Paul's progression of things. This takes place in 2017, the year of Paul.
Alright, so, this is just to, prove to you that I'm not lying about this game that I found. I'm just gonna walk you through everything that I've seen so far. And, obviously to be exactly as I described it, because this is it.
And this will also be sort of an opportunity for us to see some more details about the game that Daniel coded, and some of the guilt trip stuff he put in for Marvin to see that you guys haven't seen in this video yet. The gift plane is closed indefinitely, and all personnel have left. If you are unaware, the gift plane provided homes to over 100 young pets. Unfortunately, we have failed to remove all of the pets from their homes. 48 pets remain here at the time of writing. We would strongly encourage you to visit our 8 homes and find some friends to take with you. Every pet is uniquely valuable, so you should have no problem finding one that you like. Somebody that you love. The gift plane staff.
And the first level is over here. I'm just gonna keep going a bit here so you can see that the game is apparently unfinished because there's nothing over here. So, I'm just gonna show you the one and only level. This actually is not the interesting part, but I'm just gonna show you, I'm gonna walk you through all of this so you can see that this is exactly what I described.
It's a picture of 2 friends, Tonith and Randus. Are they not cute? Give them a chance. Now, if you could see there, Tonith and Randus' names were colored. Now, we'll get into color theory a little bit as we go through the main series, but certain colors relate to certain characters. The color red relates to Paul, and the color green relates to Marvin. Now, the pets were obviously made before all this bad stuff happened, so it's likely Daniel just kind of, considered as pets. He coded in and is like, hey, these pets have some odd relations to each other that sort of mirror relationships in the family, so I'm just going to give them colored names just for the heck of it. So the pets aren't going to be like one-to-one symbolism of each family member, but there is going to be some symbolism here. So, we saw earlier that Wavy and Randus, the flower and the cloud, they sort of had a somewhat friendship, somewhat trickster relationship, where Wavy knew how to trick Randus, and Randus sort of needed Wavy to fuel his plans, in a way. His plants. Funny pun. So obviously they have a relationship similar to Daniel and Marvin. And of course the flower, Marvin used a vase with a flower in it to bully Care, essentially. So him being represented by a flower does make a lot of sense. Then we have Tonith, who, as we'll see later, is sort of portrayed as sort of a victim. He's got a broken leg, stuff like that. I think we could relate Tonith to Paul in a lot of ways. We could also relate him to Michael in some ways, of course. Once we see Tonith's bio, we'll see why in a minute, but I don't know. The pets are something I've sort of thought about a little bit more. This door is locked, or not, but you don't know how to open doors. So that, I believe, we saw that earlier. It just said the door was locked. That, I believe, is Raynor's guilt towards Marvin. That's Raynor showing Marvin he's supposed to feel guilty right now, Because he didn't use the door, he used the window. When you're choosing a pet, find somebody that you like. You don't have to love them right away. Don't be discouraged if they run from you. They really do want a home. They're afraid. Show them that there's nothing to be afraid of.
So, the first pet is in this room.
It's a trophy, awarded to our Amber for being a real champ yesterday and today. She hasn't left her cage once.
First thing you gotta do here is...
Okay, so we have the color blue. It's like a very faint, almost black blue.
And then you...
Very faint, almost black blue.
Take the money here.
And blue, as we'll see later, is Anna's color. Hers is a bit more of a brighter blue.
Over here and it just does that, but if you...
But the point still stands. Anna's color is blue.
Amber will just run over there.
So Paul catches Amber.
So once you're in here, actually, you can find a little place here to to the other side. So that's that. And so there's another pit over here. I can't catch this one. I've tried.
This is Ronith.
This is
He's
always
tricky.
what
Or this, no.
So
This
I
is
don't know what's with
Ronith.
that one.
He's tricky.
So, actually, I should show you the pause menu. So, here you can see all the pets
Pets. So this is Amber.
that you've,
Amber is a young ball. She's afraid to leave home. If her home is good, this isn't a problem. She's very heavy, and that makes her life a little harder, as well as yours. What's the safest place you can put her in? You should start thinking about that. So, her name is like a slight blue,
so, here you can see all the
I
pets
guess. So, what relation does this have to Anna? Well, we see this hat. This could represent like a working hat, you know, and we know that
that you've,
Anna works a lot.
collected. That you've
And of course, she doesn't leave her job very often. It's kind of like a prison for her. This job that she's just stuck in a lot. I don't know. I'm reading too much into the pets. I know I
The
am.
second
But
one here is sort of a music
right, this is Pen.
one.
I don't remember what Pen's color was.
The idea here is you have to get your clone over there to overlap with it. I'll just cut to the chase.
I don't remember if Pen
Just
did
set
have a
this to-
color, even.
What is it? 7. And, just like that. I don't totally get that one. But that's that.
And then we have Wavy and Randus. We
Alright, so
saw
this
how
one's
this
kind of
puzzle works
interesting.
earlier.
So the idea is if you run over here to catch the flower here, then you'll just get rained on. What you're supposed to do is...
Okay, so I think now I might be able to tell you guys a little bit about the pieces, because I think all of them are here. There's 5 different piece shapes, and I think they're symbolic as well. I know this is a little bit weird, but we have this sort of blue sort of dress-like thing, which I believe would represent Anna. We have a white sort of crumpled ball thing, which I think would represent Rainer. We have a rounded green thing, which almost definitely would represent Marvin. We have a purple needles piano, which would represent Belle. And we have a pink structure, which is kind of like a hand with 2 fingers sticking out. I don't know exactly what it is, but that's what it looks like. It might even be like a shadow puppet of a dog or something. That would represent Mike. So these are all represent like members of the family that are important to the story. At least that's what I think. There's none of them for Paul, but the Guardian is yellow. Okay, I'm definitely reading too much into that.
Flower comes over here, you notice. Always comes to that exact spot over there, which you can get this bucket.
He moves the bucket,
To that exact spot.
and then it'll catch Wavy and
That
Randus.
spot. Yeah. And then that happens, and you can just catch them both that way. Okay. So yeah, that's it for the. Actually, that's everything. That's every single pet here that I've been able to catch. So now I'm gonna show you the part that's actually interesting. Alright, so I still can't catch this guy. The reason we're here is because in the note that came with this, which is short, the first line, in all capital letters, I'm gonna read it. It says, I walked downstairs, and when I got to the bottom, instead of proceeding, I turned the right and became a shadow monster man. Below that, a date, June 13th, 1997. For you, colon. Please go to my website on the sticker, and also go to Ronith's room, and press start, and press down.
Again, forgive
down,
me if
down,
I've been saying my
down,
Junes and
down,
Julys
right, start.
wrong for
So
a
I
while.
happen to know this is Ronith's room, because it works. So I go here. I'm just gonna do this now. So what is it? Down, 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 down,
We hope you are enjoying the game.
Alright. So you can see that it
I might
accepted it
forget
and
to
it
read
just
all the
stopped, so I'm just
pause
gonna
music as well.
go out
All
this
the
way
pause
here.
screens.
So, it appears to be the same, except when I actually leave here, it'll be a little bit different.
And
All
Paul
right.
sees the thing that was made for Marvin. The sort of school building. In the midst of the digital new maker plane.
So there's nothing out here, as far as I've seen. But actually, I think there is something out here. I just haven't seen it yet. Because it sure seems like, in this note here, it sure seems like, right, I'm supposed to come out here and look at something. I haven't found anything yet, but I'm thinking if I just keep walking around here, I'm going to find something eventually. Hey, so I was talking about how I couldn't find anything out here. Well, I just found this. And, last time I came out here, I was walking around in this space here for over an hour. And this time I find this in less than 15 minutes. So, this is just luck that I happen to find this. And, I think if I were to restart my console right now, I would not be able to find this again. Probably, because I don't remember what I did. You know, all the directions that I went. So I'm kind of scared to, you know, I want to keep the console on until I figure this out. The situation is that I cannot open this door. I probably can open the door, but I don't know what to do. So I thought I would just slip this in at the end. If you think you saw something that might provide a clue, please let me know. Alright. That's it.
Okay, so I don't know how well you guys can hear Paul's voice. I don't know how well you can. But Paul just said that he found this thing, this access to under the new maker plane, as we learned from a previous video. He says he wants to keep the console on until he figured this out, because that was hard for him to find. Now, this would be exactly what Bell wants, because, you know, remember, Petscop records all gameplay footage, whatever someone's doing. It automatically records it. So anything that we see on Paul's screen will also be seen by the family when they eventually end up being involved in this again. So Bell's still kidnapped, wanted Paul to play this game, upload the footage publicly. You know? And eventually that will lead to something happening. So we'll begin Petscop 2. Paul's just kind of sitting out here by this hatch, and it just kind of opens on its own. Who opened it? What opened it? Was it an update to the game that opened it? Is it an automatic process that opens it? Did Bell open it? Did the family open it? Did Marvin open it? We don't know who opened this, but someone wants Paul to see what's down here.
So, the door opened on its own. I was just in the other room for a couple of minutes, and I came back and the door was open, and I checked the recording, because I was recording, and the door just opens on its own. I didn't do anything. So, I'll take it, right? So I'm gonna show you what's in here now. I haven't seen it yet, so, this could be interesting. Huh.
We see a school basement. We see pictures of clocks with the time on it. Of course, we've seen a clock earlier. We see a weird machine. It might be the machine, but it might just be a boiler. You know, this is all representative. This is all guilt stuff. We hear a phone ring.
Phone.
We go in here. We hear a phone ring. Care left the room. Now we see this is an office building, so this is of course...
What is this?
This is of course when Anna was alerted that Care went missing. We have some photos on the wall here. We have Care A, we have Care B, and we have Care NLM. Of course, like a happy normal child, a very scared, confused child. And then we have a child that is convinced nobody will love them because they are ugly. Or at least they believe they are ugly, when this is what they look like.
Okay. Nothing.
And of course, Paul will be looking at the very same images that Marvin saw back in 1997. Paul will be looking at the very same images that he saw. Sound of dread and foreboding, laughs in Sith Lord. The house, the school, and the windmill. 3 important landmarks. Then we have the cars, of course.
This just keeps going.
Representation of the garage of the school, as well as the car that ran over Mike. And the car that ran over the dog, which I forgot to mention. But yeah, the car ran over Mike's dog at some point. I don't know if it was before or after he got hit by a car, but it was some point. He didn't die, he just broke his leg, but, you know. Nothing down there. So he goes in the up door. What this will show him is the loading screen, which I can't see. This will bring him out into
Sorry for not talking very much.
kind of like a sort of
I'm a little bewildered if you want to know the truth.
graveyard of sorts. A grassy
This is a
plain.
little more than I was expecting to see.
Oh, here's the moment. Here's the moment.
That's a dead kid. Yep.
Magical moment.
Yep.
Magical moment right there. Then he also goes into the shed. We haven't seen this yet. So this is a flower. And of course, you know the old childhood game. They love me. They love me not. 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 They love me.
Wait. Okay.
There's Care. She's scared. This is Care NLM. They love me not. They love me. They love me not. And by the way, these are crayons. Symbolism. Crayons represent care. So it ends on they love me not. And we see a very distorted version of Care.
Okay.
Someone who believes that they are ugly and sees a blurry red version of their face.
I don't know. So when I first came down here, I thought I was just gonna
Someone
see
who
a
runs away
woman
from the school believing no one will love them because of
like
how ugly
something,
they
but not
apparently look.
this. Can I go in here? I can.
So those are the yellow and red symbols we saw in the accident board game. Again, I don't really know what they represent. I think they do represent the split mind of Paul. Of Paul / Care. We see blue tools everywhere. Of course, Anna is represented by the color blue. And we will see a blue tool somewhere else later. Of course, Raynor does want to call Anna out on some stuff, too.
Oh.
Maybe trying to cover up the past. You know?
What?
So Paul comes upon the big tool, the big reddish pink tool. What? He just asks what? The tool's like, I don't know.
No.
Ask game theory. He sees the windmill, but he doesn't see any controls to move the camera. Which could imply this is a different build of the game than the one Marvin was given. The tool says keep watching the windmill. Keep watching the windmill. Oh! Oh!
Alright, so it's been like 2 minutes. And when those sounds were playing, there was nothing happening as far as I could tell, and nothing has happened since. So I'm just gonna keep going. There's already been stuff that I could dig a little deeper into, and I'm gonna do that and keep you updated. But also, when you come home next month, and hopefully you're feeling a little more enthusiastic about that now.
Paul mentions Belle coming home next month. Which is something Belle probably told Paul, even though she might have been very uncertain about that at this point in time. Of course, you know, she's with Marvin right now. She could just be hopeful, though, that as Paul records this footage in the good old year of 2017, people will be able to find out what's going on and they'll be able to rescue her.
We can investigate this together. And maybe you'll find stuff that I can't find here.
And Paul does want Belle to help him investigate this weird game. Because it is weird. It's a weird game. Then Paul finds the quitter's room.
Oh.
And we see a reflection of Belle. Interesting. Now, is this a reflection, or is it a player trying to look like a reflection?
What the fuck? Wait a second. What was that just now? Can I get
I
that
believe
to
this
happen
is
again?
Belle actually playing Petscop.
Wait. Hey, sorry, I had to look at that for a moment. In the video. I was a little nervous. The tones, I think this is the same tones that you might have heard in the beginning. I'm gonna put in the beginning the part where the door opened. And also the way the guy on the other side was moving for a moment. I'm gonna ask for your comment later on that. So I was looking around here. So this is...
Do you remember being born? Do you remember being born? No. That's a memory that Paul would have pushed deep inside where he could never, ever, ever find it. The suppressed memory of a traumatic event.
Backwards, it says, do you remember being born? And this just says quitter's room. So interestingly, I'm on the reverse side here. Yeah, okay, so moving on.
What the fuck is this? Paul goes upstairs.
And I'm back up here again. This again. Well,
And he
okay,
goes...
I'm not gonna do that right now.
There's a big area that he got lost in last time, so...
Alright, so I'm gonna stop this now, actually.
Yeah. So, that was episode 2. That was sort of an overview of the Under the Newmaker plane, and our first appearance of the Quetta's room. Now, that was the same tome that opened the door, so maybe it was Spell that opened the door for Paul. Maybe it was. Maybe she's trying to show him something. From her, what little she can do in her own prison.
Alright.
Then we get Petscop 3. This is the child library episode.
So now we're gonna look at what's over here, which I forgot about this. So I'll look at this now.
Good, grief, and Alaska. Good grief and the Alaskan bullworm. Look familiar? Does that sliding door look familiar?
Yeah.
Look like it might represent something?
I think you have to put something there. What?
What?
Oh.
So Paul begins inserting faces on this little canvas here.
Okay. What? Okay.
So he enters the face of Smuggington Schnoz. The walls start to crumble. The door starts to cycle through multiple rooms.
This is just flat out a full game I'm playing now.
And it takes hours upon hours for anything to happen. And if you've played Petscop, you know how annoying it is.
Sheriff
I think it's
Domestic
just,
actually really knew what they were doing with like the 10 years later jokes.
Yeah, I reset it.
Yeah, I reset it. You can't go in Schmug Schnozz's room.
Okay,
We'll
try that
never
again.
see Schmug Schnozz's room. We will never see it. We just won't. Then he puts in a random face. It could be a family member. It could.
So do I just wait?
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
Or I have to put something in there. Yeah, it turned out I just had to wait, but I had to wait a while. So this is cleared out, I guess. So what's in here?
So this could be the room of a family member. This could just be a randomly generated room. We don't know. There's game controllers, there's teddy bears, there's an 8-ball, there's a car. The car is important. So we can take of that what we will.
Let's try another one, I guess.
The car
So I just
is
did it
important.
again. I put in another one of these.
There's another
and I just
random
let it go,
face.
and the room rumbles for a while, but then it just stops, kind of abruptly. So what do we have here now? Yeah.
There's a pink room. You have weird smiley faces. You have flowers. You have a Rubik's Cube. And you have a Pez dispenser. I remember those.
Yeah, so it seems
Those
like
are
I put in one
cool.
of these faces, and it gives me a room with a.
Again, maybe a family member, might not.
That's a kid sitting on the bed in like a different pattern on the floor and the walls and the thing here. So, it seems like there are many combinations of these faces. So, if I were to guess, these rooms are, because there's not much variation between these rooms, they're probably generated in some way. So I'll try a few more. Every time I put in one of these, I have to wait for like 10 minutes. So I'm not gonna try too many of them. Yeah. Here's another one.
Green room. Some controllers, a Game Boy, a car, of course, and some eyeballs.
And here's
This is a
another.
purple room. We have Mike was no, those are teddy bears. Some triangles, some circles, a Rubik's Cube, some Play-Doh, and another kid on the bed, of course.
So anything look familiar here?
You figured it out! You figured out the puzzle! Congratulations!
Probably we're supposed to try these out, put in these faces, and see what we get. So, start with this one.
You have Mike, and you have Care. Mike is not inside right now. He is dead. You may visit his room, though.
So this is the room.
So inside,
Responding to the face on the gravestone.
we see a pair of nail clippers, which would have been used to pluck his eyebrows. And we have the tool, which Marvin would have used to torture him. We can also see he wears glasses. I guess that's just kind of a character trait he has. And there are some dog faces on the floor, of course.
Alright. Gonna try the other one now, I guess. Nothing to see here. The bed's empty.
Kara's missing. You may visit her room. So this is Care's room.
Here's
We
the other room.
see paint rollers, we see flowers, we see crayons, and we see the tool.
And it
All
looks
of
like
these
there's something
items
here.
should look familiar. The paint rollers, I could explain the paint rollers. The paint rollers are what Anna would have used to cover up the stencils with black paint, basically. I didn't explain that one too well, but
And it looks like there's something here.
your wife says, Care isn't growing eyebrows. You say, that's a puzzle. You're secretly very excited to hear this news. You're in the bathtub thinking about her. I have a guess at which child you'll pick next. When you find her room, the passage to my right will lead to her. She'll appear from the darkness, limping, and I'll shoot her in the head.
What am I reading?
Tiara says young people can be psychologically damaged beyond rebirthing. I.e., they can die, basically. A young person walks into your school building. They walk in with you. You're holding their hands. They come out crying into their hands because nobody will love them. Not ever again. Nobody loves me. They wander the new maker plane. So let's unpack that. Let's unpack all of that, shall we? So, of course, we said before, Care isn't growing eyebrows. Marvin likes this, so he kidnaps Care. Raynor was pressured into helping with this, and he compares that to shooting her in the head. Like a gun. Like this act of betrayal. And then, of course, we have her escaping, screaming, "Nobody loves me," because she's been psychologically damaged, but she does eventually return home. So
I'm not sure what to say about that.
I just said what you're supposed to say.
But I'm wondering now. Because the note, remember the note that came with this game? It said, "For you."
Said for you.
It was for you.
For
And
you.
this note is referring to the player. It's saying you.
Second person dialogue.
And I was already thinking this, but it seems like it's possible. This game was made for, well, this part of the game was made for somebody to see.
Made for somebody specific to see.
Or at least at some point, it was, I don't know. It just seems like it was intended for somebody. Not me, certainly. Okay. We're still not done, because we still have whatever's over here. Or not.
You gotta love how intentionally funny the series tries to be sometimes. It's like there's this nervous, ominous dread. We know bad things happened. We know bad things are gonna happen. And it's just like this. And then Tony also feels the need to put in jokes like this as well. I love the series for that reason. Okay, so that's Petscop 3. Petscop 4, this is still 2017. And we get Petscop 4. This one's kind of short, if I remember right. The fuck is this?
So if you remember what I was trying to explain yesterday and failed to explain, I'm just gonna demonstrate that to you now. There we go. So I found this yesterday. And
camera.
the way I understand this is, so we're upstairs right now.
Upstairs.
You just saw me walk up some stairs. So if you were to imagine what would be exactly below where I'm standing right now.
Where the tool is.
And I worked it out. It's roughly the area where you have the big screen with the windmill. And so I think, this I think is a camera. And if I
The camera that took the photo.
In this direction.
In this direction.
This is roughly where the windmill would be.
But there's no windmill there.
Why there isn't actually a windmill here, I don't know. It looks sort of like a placeholder for it.
Nope, no more windmill.
Yeah, I think my
Bye-bye.
understanding is correct. It's just, I'm missing something. Okay, that's it.
So it's a pretty short episode. But yeah, this just reinforces what we said before. There was a windmill. Someone went missing in it. Then there wasn't a windmill. Okay, and then we have Petscop 5. This is dedicated to the tool, if I remember right.
Alright, so I spent a while with this, just asking as many questions as I could think of. Mostly like short 3-word things. And most of the questions that I asked just produced no answer. Or the default answer, which is I don't know. Most of them just gave me that, except for 4 of them. And I'm gonna go through each of those 4 now.
Okay.
First,
I'm going to skip ahead because it takes them a while to type it in. Who is Tiara? She's a Petscop kid, and she's very smart. Of course, the playtesters were called the Petscop kids.
That I tried.
And she was really good at the game.
Yeah.
Next one. Who am I? New Maker. Now, see later that this is a pseudonym for Rainer, but it is also the name of the plane, so this name could equally apply to Rainer or Marvin.
Next, I asked, where am I?
Where am I? Where am I? Why, don't be so silly. You're under the New Maker plane, Marvin. Again, these are messages for Marvin.
And then I asked,
Paul's just kind of seeing them. The tool turns purple. I believe this is like
I don't know why that just happened.
some sort of regular event that's coded in, but it could also be Tiara trying to communicate with Paul. It could be.
I was saying,
He asks, "Who are you?" And the tool responds,
I think it broke. Yeah, I don't think that even just registered at all.
Turn off PlayStation.
Okay. So that's not what it said before when I put in that question. Did not look anything like that. It's interesting. Okay.
He asks another question. He asks why. Why? Why?
Oh boy.
Well, we're waiting.
Yeah, I don't.
I do think this is something automated that Raynor put in for Marvin's guilt thing, for Marvin's guilt trip. Marvin picks up tool, hurts me when PlayStation on. Because these are spelled by Nifty. So what I believe they are is sort of like, these are the messages that Tiara would have been giving Raynor during the time she was in the school back in 1997, and he'd sort of program it into this guilt trip thing. Because, as we'll see later, I do believe that Marvin and Tiara both want the PlayStation on. I could be wrong about that.
Alright, what do I...
But I believe they both want the PlayStation on.
What do I have to ask now?
For both for very different reasons. The tool turns back to red.
I think it just...
Yeah.
Okay.
Turns back to red.
I don't... Is it... If putting who are you again, is that gonna...
It puts in who are you again. And then the main response that it would normally give is tool. Cool.
Oh, well, okay, that's bizarre.
Cool.
So I guess I'm gonna wait for that to happen again. But I guess I'm gonna end the video now, though.
But then Paul goes back to the tool and he asks a few more questions. He asks, remember being born? The tool responds, I am not Tiara. Paul asks, oh, no, wait, yeah, he didn't ask that sort of later. Okay. So that's basically what we get to take away from Petscop 5. Again, recorded in 2017. Oh, I guess I could show you the questions that... these are the questions he tried to ask and it was given nothing. Alright, who is Tiara? Okay, yeah, you get it. You get it. That's Petscop 5. Petscop 6, also recorded by Paul. We see that Paul has decided to look at the windmill for a few hours, because it's the only other thing he can really think to do right now. This is a very special episode, because one of our old friends shows up. Two hours and 39 minutes later, this happens. Who is that? Who is that guy? Who is he? You guys recognize him? He goes in the windmill. Starts turning around, turns the other direction. Maybe something got caught in the gears and caused it to change direction. Who knows? That outline look familiar? He takes control of the camera, goes up right next to the camera, and somehow he's able to turn the camera all the way around, 180 degrees around. So we'll see this guy has some... Oh, there's a disc for some reason. So, we can see that this guy has some level of control over game development. Where is my house? Greenhouse. Where's the house? Where is my house? Where is it? Where is the school? He leaves Tonith behind, interestingly enough. This gift for Paul, I guess. Where is the school? This school. You see this school? Where is it? Where's the school, Paul? I will follow. Okay, Paul? Okay, pal? Turns the camera around again. A few hours later, 1 hour and 24 minutes later, the windmill disappears. The windmill disappeared. It just fucking disappeared.
That's kind of fun, actually.
Yeah.
Going through a 4-hour
So,
video
of course, the family would
and
take
noticing
notice.
that on one half
Family
of the
probably
video,
watching
the
Paul's
windmill's
channel
going
at the
one
time
direction,
would
and
take
the other
notice
half is
that
going in the other direction.
familiar someone is looking
Pinpointing
for a
where the change occurred.
greenhouse
And
and a
fuck is
school.
this?
And the fuck is this? Oh, I missed and the fuck is this because I was commentating. So yeah, the family would have taken notice that Marvin is back. They would have been watching Paul's channel.
That's neat.
And of course, Marvin wants something out of Paul. Marvin wants Paul to do something for him. He wants him to find the school. He wants him to find the
Well,
house.
that's red now. Oh, yeah, I was gonna mention this actually in another video. I've come up here before and seen it. I've seen the camera at this height before. I don't know what causes it to happen, but sometimes I just come up here and it's at this height. It makes sense in this case, I think, because the character was like right up at the camera here. And it seemed to be like at this level.
Of course, Paul goes behind the camera. And he finds that little gift that Marvin left for him.
Well, this is still here.
Tonith. The pet that was never added into the final game.
Oh my god. Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's look at what we got.
Show us Tonith. Show us Tonith. Show us Tonith. Enter a description here. So we'll see the development notes for Tonith. A bird. I think I forgot what birds look like. Funny, stupid blob monster, says Mike. That's what he is. Painter. Painting puzzle. Catch Randus first, maybe? Has broken leg for some reason. I already hung him on a wall. Too late to take it back. Makes me think about the dog, actually. Because when the car hit him, I thought, at least it will all be over soon. He survived it, and I was the only one who still wanted to put him down. A dog isn't innocent.
I was the only one who still wanted to put him down.
When that dog wags its tail and it appears happy, it's not real. I guess that's Tonith then. Tonith, 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 Tonith. The end. It's yucky outside.
What have I just walked into? Oh, that's it.
Of course, another guilt message from Marvin. Mike got hit by a car, and it was Marvin's fault. So, of course, Rainer would put that message in specifically for Marvin and a character only he could catch.
Okay, so I actually... This is new to me. I haven't seen this. Yeah, so I tried going down here before, but I think actually that was before I even put in the code. So I just discovered this just now. But you know what? I think actually this... I think I know what this is. This is our ABNLM. You know, you recognize the shape of this one, and then you have... So I don't know what this is here, though. Yeah, so I didn't imagine you could catch this. I mean, I walked into it. Nothing happened. Discovering a lot of interesting things.
Certainly.
Oh, whoops. I meant to talk about this, because this doesn't do anything, right? This
The Book of Baby
launch,
Names seems to not work.
I'm guessing at some point you could name your pets.
You can't access the credits. Have you found anything weird lately? There's
Right,
much to
like
find in this
suggestions or
place.
something.
Yeah, again, I'm not going to be reading these at the side.
Showing that doesn't do anything.
You can read them if you want, but I don't.
Alright.
I don't pay attention to them much. Windmill stone. Stone where windmill was. Windmill stone.
Alright.
Stone of windmill. Windmill. Then Paul goes back to the tool. He asks a few more questions. Where is my house? You'll never go home. Where is the school? You can't go back in time. And then Paul's out here.
This game is trying very hard to make it seem like there's an entity in it. Like a ghost or an AI trying to communicate with me. it's interesting. But you know, the way you know that there's a ghost in the game trying to communicate with you is if it comes out, if it stops being distant, and it comes out and you can have a, you know, a real-time back and forth with it. And it stops being so one way. Like I
This
leave my
line was
PlayStation
iconic
and
at the time.
Comes out and does this whole pre-recorded
Because
thing.
Paul has this whole speech about how if there is an entity inside this game, like a sentient AI or a ghost that possessed the game, it should come out and talk to me so
you know, it only responded to 2 of my
I can know for
questions.
certain.
The first question I asked, I didn't even answer that question. So, no obvious interactivity happening.
No obvious interactivity.
And it answered the second question, but that could have been a coincidence. Yeah.
So yeah, that's
not entirely convincing yet.
That really resonated with people because people were looking for a sort of creepypasta-like series that didn't involve scary ghosts and didn't involve scary AIs.
Because I created a new file, and
something that was just like humans.
I went and did all the same things that I did this time, and the same things.
But scary humans, you know.
None of the things happened. None of the oddities occurred. Like the thing in the mirror room, for example. So there's a bit of randomness in it, and it's interesting how it doesn't seem to really care if you see everything, I guess. Yeah, so it's interesting.
Okay. It's interesting. So that the most notable thing that happened in that video was that Marvin showed up. That's Marvin. That's him playing on his PlayStation, trying to find out where the house is in relation to the school. You know, he knows Daniel was trying to use this to find equidistant points on the map, but he doesn't know where the house is. He doesn't know where the school is. Even if he found those places, he doesn't know the exact way to get from one to the other. So, clearly, he needs a little bit of help with this. And if there's anyone who could help him, it's a member of the family. So this, I believe, would be the reason Marvin would be allowing his captive to use the internet at this time. Because if Paul plays the game, Marvin could get Paul to overplay his hand and once again show him where the house is. The same stuff that happened in 1997 is happening 20 years later in 2017. Marvin is once again trying to find the house, once again trying to kidnap Paul, once again trying to bring back Lena. For the memory of Lena, our boss. So we move into Petscop 7. By the way, I don't really know what's going on with these like messed up time codes on the beginning of the videos. It might be that like, oh, this is how much footage is in each one, but like then this one would be over 4 hours or something. So I don't really understand what's happening with these time codes. I don't know if there's a way to edit them or if it is just a glitch. I don't know. But we have Petscop 7 next. Ooh, 666k views. Okay. So, yeah. Again, we're still in 2017. Let's see what happens. This one I don't believe had a particular theme. I think a lot of stuff just kind of happened in this one. A lot of important stuff. See, Paul's in the quitter's room again. But something's happening. He's turning some pages. Maybe he's reading some instructions. that were given to him by somebody. Who would it be?
Something's happening.
A tune's playing. Paul gets back on and he sees that Belle isn't there anymore. Something's happening with Belle right now. What's happening with Belle right now? That's Stravinsky's septet. So there's obviously some symbolic messages going on there. But we don't know if anything literal happened there.
Yeah. That might be it. Subways. Oh.
It says, come here. Belle wants Paul to go somewhere. I love you, new maker. Please show Marvin where his house is. Again, could be automated from long ago. Could be messages that Belle's sending him right now. Please show Marvin where his house is.
So we might know who Marvin is now. Oh, I need to be quick about this, actually. Because it could turn red. Again. I feel like we know at this point. But, good to confirm.
He asks, who are you? And he thinks he knows at this point. But he wants to confirm. Who are you? Go there, and he'll follow you. His daughter is there.
It's talking about the house again. It's interesting, but it is not an answer to my question. Not at all. What do you think that means? So, what do you think that means?
Apparently, Paul is actually talking to his friend during this time. He's talking to Belle during this time.
So now I'm gonna ask the other question, do you remember being born? Oh yeah, it's just, remember being born.
So he asks, remember being born. The answer, also wants 1,000 pieces for machine beyond school basement stairway.
Machine beyond school basement stairway.
So, I don't know. In regards to my theory, let me know what you guys think. Is this messages that Belle's trying to send Paul right now? Or are these messages that she sent Raynor back during the time she was in the school? Which one is it? I don't know. It could, in a strange way, be both. Like, again, Belle's in school right now. She needs help. She'd want Paul to sort of do that.
Not an answer to my question. Yeah, well.
Paul keeps playing for a while. He goes back to the child library. Take them home. And
Well, there you go.
he tries to put a pet in it, but it only accepts people, and Pen isn't people. Pen thinks she's people, but she's not people. So just know that.
Okay, well, I guess I'm kind of an idiot. I wouldn't have tried that.
If I remember
I
right,
guess these are people, right?
if I remember right,
There's my work. Yeah.
if I remember right, Paul does read one of the
So if I walk
bios here.
what happened?
Yeah, he
it's
reads Pen's bio. Pen is an aspiring mathematician. She's entirely deaf. She doesn't even know what sound is, let alone music. I don't know what she's doing here. Alright, so far we've seen all the bios of these guys so far. We've seen bios for all these 5 characters, but we haven't seen one for Ronith yet. We'll get to Ronith eventually.
Okay, so that's another thing.
Paul gets a weird idea. He's like, let's see what happens if we put Mike's face in the thing, but we don't give him any eyebrows. We just put in Mike's face, and we wait. Then we see
Anything out of the ordinary here.
we see what seems to be a normal room. We see what at least seems to be a normal room. We have presents, and we have stars. We have a car, and we have a Rubik's Cube.
It's on the floor. Looks like a gift box, and stars, and something else.
Unless if this was Care with eyebrows. I don't remember which one this was.
And anything down here. As usual, no. So this, if you're wondering what I'm doing here, this is Mike's face, but without the eyebrows. And why am I doing that? Well, because eyebrows seem to be important. And that's really it. But nothing seems to have actually... It seems like it's just just regular room, right? Yeah, okay. I don't know. Guess that's it. Alright, I have one more thing to try, though.
And then he decides to put in Care's face with Mike's eyebrows.
This one is Care with eyebrows.
We see letter blocks that spell out Care, and we see casket number 1. We see casket number 1 right here. This is the flower. This is the flower in the vase, but it's censored. Someone doesn't want us to see this, and it's not Paul. Someone else is now in control of the channel, likely taking control after they saw Marvin, and they don't want us to see this. The rest of the family does not want us to see the flower in the vase. Now, whether that's Anna that doesn't want that, or Jill that doesn't want that, we don't entirely know right now. But, that being said, somebody doesn't want us to see the flower with the vase. Now, Paul may have vague memories of this item, so this is his response to it.
So this is Care with eyebrows. I put Mike's eyebrows on her. I could have put other eyebrows on her, but I didn't. I put Mike's on her. I don't know if this... I can't tell. I can't tell if it recognized it or not. Because everything looks like any other room. What's this here? Except it puts this. I don't know, maybe that's just something that it puts in any room.
We've had to cover something with a black box. Right now, we can't say why. Some other things we're expecting to censor in the future. A big present with a sticker on it, something on a wall in a black house, and something written on a chalkboard. Okay. So as we can see, someone else is in control of the channel now. This is either Anna or Jill, some other member of the family who does not want us to know certain things. But is still strongly suggesting that Paul continue to play this because they've just spotted Marvin. And of course, as Daniel did in the days before, they want to find Marvin, they want to bring him to justice, and whoever this prisoner of his is, they want to save her. So good intentions, but questionable execution. Just like Daniel. We get into Petscop 8. A familiar face shows up here. Cars do not run over Paul if he stands in the road.
What?
Marvin shows up. Follow me, Paul.
What?
So of course Marvin was able to find this area because Paul unintentionally showed him where it was from the windmill. So if you remember my theory, this basement would be the school, like the approximate location of the school. This is where we are, this is the school. Look, Paul, it's the school. That's the school. What I want to find is this. This is the house. Show me where this is now. Alright?
This is Marvin, right?
Alright, follow me down here.
This is Marvin.
There's an exit over here.
I think you're confused, Marvin.
You see all these items? Do they look familiar? Maybe? Maybe?
Don't think you know. I don't think you get what
He continues walking forward.
what you're doing.
And then he goes up. And he goes up.
Excuse me?
He goes up out of the underneath the Newmaker plane. Now, why did that happen? Well, that area was sealed off, you could see. Anna sealed that area off. She had access to Daniel's website and was able to seal that off sometime during 2004.
Will I find him if I go up?
And it's sealed off now. But Marvin didn't recognize this. He thought Paul saw the same thing he was seeing. So he just kind of went up without Paul. But now Paul's confused because he doesn't know where Marvin went. He's probably willing to show Marvin where the house is at this point. He doesn't know what's going on. But, I mean, Marvin literally went somewhere he couldn't follow. You're going down a path I can't follow, Annie.
I don't know.
So yeah, Paul's confused. He goes back down and he calls Belle about this.
well, the thing is, it's not here now. There's not even a passageway.
There was a passageway here, but it's not there no mo.
Can you remember when you saw this?
But Belle saw it as something else at some point.
Well, it could have changed between then and 2004. After 2004, my mom had it reportedly.
And that's the evidence we have for his mom having it. Mom having the game, editing the game,
Well, okay.
sealing off that area. Okay, so that's Petscop 8. Marvin tries to get some information from Paul, but isn't able to because of one weird update that Anna put in the game. But worry, because it's about to get a whole lot worse. So we have, we just watched Petscop 8. We have Petscop 9 now. And actually, if I look in the description of this, no, the description hasn't changed yet, but basically the family has kind of taken over Paul's YouTube channel at this point. Kind of taking control of the situation because they're interested in this. They're very interested in this, and they want to see what happens. So you have Petscop 9, which was the longest, I believe it was the longest episode at its time. Actually, when did this take place? I want to see when this was recorded. May 24th. Okay, so this is pretty early. This is pretty early in 2017. This is a demo recording, and this could be one of two things. This could be a demo responding to Paul's inputs, but it could also be a demo that Belle had just recorded for Paul. Trying to give him a little hint, nudge him in the right direction. And this is of course the first demo recording the audience would have seen back in 2017. So we wouldn't have known what the demo recordings were at the time. Now, people have synced up this footage, and this footage matches the flower footage all the way back in one of the earliest Petscop videos. It's the exact same. And Paul takes the hint, so he goes back to that shack that the flower was at. And he goes down, but everything's still the same. He still sees warped care. However, Paul has a strange idea. He remembers that note he got from the game, and taking that same amount of steps, down, 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 right, he turns into a shadow monster man. Now, what is the shadow monster man? Well, it's possible this shadow monster man version gives Paul access to a different build of the game. That, or it's something Rayner programmed in for Marvin, knowing the whole down, 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 and right thing. Either way, Paul is able to turn into a shadow monster man, and it changes things. This is when Paul starts to make some real progress in the story. Paul records for a while, and eventually he decides to go out to where the windmill is.
Doesn't work with that one.
Goes out to where the windmill is, and it's there. The windmill is here.
And we see something that represents something. Lena Leskowitz caught in the gears of the windmill. Her face on the board, and a white tool, white being Raynor's color, removes her from this mysterious area. He found the grave, and he removed the body. That's our confirmation that Raynor did find Lena's grave. But did he find the school? Maybe, maybe not. Video continues. Paul is now no longer a shadow monster man. And he goes down because he wants to enter this in the thing, right? He wants to enter this face that he found. You found her. You found Lena. You may visit her room. And I think after episode 9 is when the series did get really popular because I don't know, a lot of really cool stuff happens in this episode. It's honestly one of my favorites. Okay, let's go back. I do want to show you guys something that Tony didn't intend. This right here, this is a glitch. I believe Tony has confirmed that the weird Paul sees another Paul thing was a glitch. Because when you see another player in the map, it's supposed to look like, something else. But this is Lena's room. We see the dress, we see the gears, we see the tool, and we see the windmill. Now what happens? You must have guessed, but I was looking through your things. I found that picture of you from 1977, standing in front of an old windmill with your friend. You went there, and it was a bad idea. Your friend and the windmill both disappeared into thin air. Her sister was holding the camera. She took another picture minutes later. Just you, no windmill, and no friend. You married her sister, and years later, your friend was reborn as your daughter. Your wife won't admit this is true, but I know it, because I found the evidence. Your friend never returned with you, and the windmill was gone. I went to see it myself. Where is it? What did you do? Raynor Newmaker. That's Raynor's reveal that both of the pseudonyms were the same. Paul goes to the right, enters the room. We see this. The blue piece representing Anna. Paul goes in. Sees a birthday cake with a P on it. Paul's birthday, November 12th, 1997. There's a bench with a windmill and a cake on it. What's in here? The keys to the house. The house that
Care found that night, fortunately. And what's in this box?
What the fuck?
What the fuck indeed. So, this is either a present that Care received that night, a sparkly red dress, or it's something more sinister. Perhaps it is something that Paul saw the night before, November 11th, running through that graveyard of a countryside, trying to get back home, seeing a dead body that in a strange way reminded him of himself. Which one is it? I'm not certain. In a way, it could represent both, but either way, it relates to some time between November 10th and November 12th. That's what I believe happened.
Okay, so there's a bit of weirdness with the camera here.
The camera doesn't like it either. I don't know why the camera doesn't like it, but I agree with Mr. Camera. That was traumatizing as a kid. People say the censor bars were like lazy, but I don't know. I like the censor bars. I think they were cool as the series was coming out. I know in hindsight they're a little bit weird. I think it's because we've seen the caskets, and even after seeing the caskets, we were like, what the heck are these? But I don't know. It's kind of realistic as well. Okay, this scene's kind of weird. This scene was kind of weird. Paul finds a gift. And then like a heavenly choir plays. For some reason, a heavenly choir plays after he opens that gift box. I don't know. I guess maybe it relates to how children are gifts and should be respected as such. But it does teleport Paul and his newly found key back to that crudely built thing of the school. Back to this very crudely built version of the school. This takes him back to Even Care, but it takes him to a different part of Even Care. Takes him to that room he couldn't get in before. This sort of empty room behind the locked door. He goes back into this room, and it's a picture of two friends, Toneth and Randus. Aren't they cute? Give them a chance. There are a few differences here. When you're choosing a pet, find one you like. You don't have to love them right away. That sign was different because it said one instead of somebody. Maybe it's an earlier version of the map. Don't be discouraged if they run from you. They really do want a home. They're afraid. Show them there's nothing to be afraid of. However, the door to Ronith is closed. There's no Amber. Amber hasn't been added yet. He goes through the door. No piano. So this is a very early build of the map. It has the treadmill, but no piano. However, Paul is able to change something in this earlier build of the game somehow. Somehow he is. And he switches this treadmill to -1. They love me. Now what? Well, let's see. The music stops. And
Okay. All right.
the game freezes. And it boots Paul out. When he comes back in, he's here. He has the key. And he's able to catch Carrie LM. Something changes in the programming from doing that. Putting a symbol block there as well. You're in the other place too. Ooh, I wonder what that means. You're at 2 places at once. 2 different builds of the map. Karen LM escaped from the school's basement and wandered the Newmaker plane for days. 2 days to be exact. To catch her, you had to lie. But it may not be a lie forever. You're the Newmaker. You can turn Karen LM into Carrie and close the loop. Message of hope on the scariest version of Care. Because when they found her out in the field, not all hope was lost. They can make Care a happy kid again. Even after everything that occurred. She can be happy again. Even with this trauma from her past. Paul goes to the child library, which, might I add, is made of bricks, so take of that what you will. And he puts Care NLM inside the child library. If you change your mind within 6 months, you can take Care NLM home back. What month is it, anyway? What year is it? Of course, it took between 5 and 6 months for her to come back home. Right? She was kidnapped for 5 months. Then she escaped and took 2 days to return home. So she went inside the school. She was scared. She was told she was ugly and that no one would love her in this state. But then she got out. She escaped. That's Petscop 9. Now we're going to get into Petscop 10. And Petscop 10, I would say, is like the end of Season 1 of Petscop. Petscop does kind of have like different seasons to it. Season 1 is 1 to 10. Season 2 is like 11 to 16, I'd say. And then the final season is 17 to 23 and 24 in the soundtrack. So we'll get into the season finale of Petscop Season 1. This is May 2017, still early 2017. And well, let me just scroll ahead. I want to see something for myself. Petscop 10. Paul's back in even care again. He closes that gate. He opens it. And you see what this relates to. This relates to the Quitter's Room. This is sort of linked to the Quitter's Room in a way. You see, you have one room over here.
We have one room over here. Paul opens the door to the quitter's room. And that symbolizes, that's like a literal gameplay input, but again, it symbolizes something that happened in real life. And I'm very excited to show you guys what happened in real life, because it was a very good thing. Of course, that door closes on Paul's face, because why not? I don't know. This series is funny sometimes. The game crashes again. Paul has to reload his file. It's panic save. Something big changed in the system, so it had to panic save. It brings Paul back here, back in front of the present that crashed his game last time. Wait, Paul, no! It's gonna... Okay. Now Paul's back here. Both gates are open. Like he left it. There you go. I'm guessing Bell told Paul to do that, and he was like, okay, there you go. Both cages are open. And he's able to get into the quitter's room, this side of the quitter's room. Bell's on the other side, because both doors are open now. And there's another symbol cube. Another you made progress symbol cube. That just symbolized something very good that happened in real life, which we'll get into soon. But first, Paul wants to go talk to Tool. Where? No. What month is it? The tool shows Paul the red calendar. 2017, the year of Paul. What year is it? Oh, the thing had the idea for me. It skipped ahead because it knew these took too long. It just shows the calendar again. Here's a calendar, bitch. Paul decides to ask one more question before ending his recording. He asks, where was the windmill? Where was the windmill? Mr. Tool, how many licks does it take to get to the center of the windmill? And it's censored. Because again, the picture of the windmill, and likely the coordinates of the windmill, is not something Anna wants us to see. For some reason, she is against that. So it's censored. Now, Paul thinks he ended this recording at this time, but he didn't. And now we have two recordings that kind of simultaneously happen at the same time. We have a demo recording by Bell in Petscop 12, and we have this hidden recording that we didn't get to see till way later. So I'll show you Bell's recording first. So, what happened with Bell? Let's see. As you can see, Bell's in the quitter's room. And so this is Bell playing. We'll see that in a minute. Belle keeps playing. And we see Paul's reflection. That's what Paul's head would look like. I know there's some debate over what the red triangle represents. It represents Paul, but a lot of us don't know that yet because Paul's usually the guardian, usually the player that we're seeing the perspective of. Some people do think it's like a test thing, like a sort of default, but we don't know that for certain. Belle's able to leave the quitter's room. Paul kind of got absorbed into Belle. I don't know how that happened. I don't know if that's meant to be taken literally either. Hi, Belle. You're free! I left these messages for you to look at in case you were ever rescued. Okay, so these are messages from Rainer, written all the way back in 2000 before he killed himself. These messages would be given to Belle if she were ever able to be freed from the school. So, what we can take from this is that because Paul's playthroughs were uploaded online, an investigation was done, and they were able to find the school, and they were able to get Belle out of there. Now, we have discussed that Petscop can be played from a car, which is kind of funny, but also plot relevant. So this would be Belle playing Petscop in the car on her way home, reading these messages that Rainer programmed into the game for her to see if she was ever rescued. So, while you walk around looking for something to do, I'll come up periodically. When the messages run out, I'll be out of your hair forever and ever. She sees Mike's grave. A little bit scary. They've apparently been running Petscop non-stop for 17 years. That's 17 years, by the way. It's like over 17 years. That looks dubious to me. What do you think? Are you still sitting on a chair? Can you still look around the room? Is there still a room? Of course, Rainer wouldn't know where Belle would be at the time she was rescued. She wouldn't know if she'd see a room. She wouldn't know if she'd see a car, which is likely where she is right now, in a car. This is the child library. You're not family, so I didn't add your traits to the face system. That means I didn't add your eyes, or your eyebrows, or your nose. Like the little dance Belle just did. That's cute. That's cute. It's like, yay, I'm free. She walks up. Now, we do get to see something that we do need to keep in mind here. Belle had been rescued, but Marvin hadn't been caught. So he's still roaming free. Right? And he still has a plan. Don't get lost. Belle, don't get lost. Belle, don't. Belle, don't get lost. Belle, no. Belle, don't. He's not your friend. He's a meanie. Don't look at him. He's mean. Happy birthday, Belle. We didn't get to see that. There's some text here we didn't get to see. Likely something in regards to the casket that, again, the family does not want us to see. I'm calling you Belle because that's who you are. You might be confused as to what happened. I know I was. I was overeager before and started calling you Tiara prematurely. Because that's the name Tiara gave Raynor. That's the name Raynor would have known her by. And he would have been excited. He would have called her that without really thinking about it too much. I created a space in the menu for you, still in use now. Then I put you inside the machine, and I played the second movement of Stravinsky's septet on the needles. I played it wrong, but that would have been okay. If you hadn't given up halfway, you would be Tiara. This is not what happened, and now I am gone. So, we do know that Raynor was involved in one of the rebirthing attempts of Tiara, and we don't know if that was the one we saw back in, like, Petscop 11. We don't know if it was the one we actually saw or the one that ended in frick, frick, frick. We don't know. But whatever happened, Raynor was involved in one of the rebirthing attempts on Tiara. So we do know that for at least almost certain. So while Belle was playing this, Paul was also playing, and he thought he turned off his recording, but unfortunately for him, Petscop records all gameplay footage, and so we get to see this. Where was the windmill? Of course, this ends exactly where the last one picked off. Where was the windmill? Shows him something, perhaps coordinates.
Hey there. How's it going?
He calls Belle.
Yeah, I'm okay. What do you think of that picture? Yeah, so I went up and I typed, where is the windmill? And that didn't work. And so I tried, where was the windmill? And that's how I got the text in the picture. Yeah, I looked them up. The top numbers, I looked them up. You're going to want to look them up yourself. Yeah, punch them in. Yeah. I'll wait.
So Bella's using Google Maps, I guess. Google Maps, Google Maps, Google Maps!
It's a 2. I know.
There's
me
nothing
too.
there. He was surprised because there's nothing there.
First thought. There's not a lot of detail, but it looks like a stone.
But
right?
there was a stone where the windmill was left.
Not yet. Actually, I wanted to go with you tomorrow. That's why yeah. Friday. How about that?
Now, of course, since Belle is free,
Okay.
he can actually make
No, I'm
plans
gonna
to...
sit on it until then.
Or he... Now that Belle's free, she can actually make plans to meet
I'm not
Paul
showing
in
the
real
family
life.
Until I've seen it myself. Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
And they want to go see it. They
I'm
want to
not
go see
recording.
this windmill.
I stopped it. So, what do you think of the bottom numbers? No, they're different. I want to hear what you think first. Yep. Yeah, we would have to find out how big. Like, we'd have to find out how big a tile is. One of the tiles. Like, if we could figure out how big one tile is in like feet or meters. If we could, what I'm thinking is if we could measure how far away the staircase is, the staircase is from the windmill. The staircase closest, the one that's closest to the windmill. If we could measure how far away that is from the windmill, what I'm wondering is if we could find something there.
You know what they're talking about? The Newmaker plane measuring exact distance. The staircase that is closest to the windmill. An entrance to the school, perhaps. If they go there and they find something, people will know where Marvin's old school building was. Maybe they could, maybe they could get the police on him.
Yeah, exactly. We could do that. It's unlikely. This is already pretty. It's exciting. This is why I'm not telling the family, because it's exciting. But it's unlikely. But it's still worth a try. And what I'm thinking we should do. Go and measure the stone on the ground. Compare it to the size of the windmill in the game. And then we can use that for conversions.
They're gonna find the school. They're gonna find the school. They're gonna find the school.
In a second, like speed, whatever is the easy way to do what I'm thinking. Sure. And I think it's more likely we could use real life to find things in the game, like the reverse. Which we can do that, and then we don't have to like aimlessly walk around to find stuff. That would be interesting, right? If we could take.
And of course, if they find out where the windmill is, they could find out where the house is from the windmill. Which means they could find the house in game. It's a big question how Paul was able to find the house in the game. I think this might be what happened. They went out, they found where the windmill was. They found one of the entrances to the school basement from where the windmill was. Careful to avoid Marvin in doing that, of course. Then they figured out where the windmill would be from the house. See? See, Paul's trying to find things in game. You know?
That's yep.
Find things in
Yep.
real life and in game. Both of those.
I know.
Two.
I could probably just measure the stone now from the satellite right now, roughly.
Measure the stone from the
They
satellite.
don't know much more than we do now. They didn't.
Yeah, again, they don't have to go out there to find it. They could just use Google Maps.
I don't
Google
like
Earth.
talking to them. They intimidate me.
They
and
intimidate
I'm sure
me.
they wouldn't intimidate you at all. Hey, have they called you? They haven't called you, right?
Family
Jill
intimidate, Paul.
specifically. She hasn't called
Jill
you.
specifically. We
No,
talking Jill?
I didn't voluntarily mention you. She asked.
Is Jill the one who's intimidating?
Because you know,
Possibly.
I'm talking to you in the first few videos, right? And so she asked who I'm talking to in the videos, and so I told her, but she didn't ask anything else, so I don't think she actually cares. Yeah. And I don't, and you don't have to worry about it, right? Because you aren't family, so you wouldn't have a room. That's the thing.
Belle's not part of the family, so
Uh,
the family wouldn't really care if Paul was talking to her. They would care if he was talking to Marvin,
That way, just
but not if he was
probably
talking to
don't have a
Belle.
room. That's my only point. Yeah, no, it's fine. No, you don't want her calling you anyway. Like you won't be able to escape if she. That's the thing. If she were to start, yeah.
Paul's very
I should start
intimidated
thinking about
by
an offer.
Jill.
Hey, I need your genius. I need your Trying to navigate here. Yeah, I need your puzzle genius. No, you're a genius.
You're a genius, Belle. You're a genius.
Wait, let me get there before I start talking about this. You sure?
He goes back in the quitter's room.
Yeah. You weren't in the middle of something, were you? I can let you go. Good. Well, okay. So, I was expecting the cage puzzle to lead into something else.
Again, he mentions the cage
But
puzzle.
there's really nothing here.
That's how it works.
Yeah. The Tiara character is gone now.
Tiara's gone. Tiara's not there. Tiara left. She booked it.
You look over on the other side.
She's gone.
And now there's not. There was like the Tiara character was there, and then I left, and then the next time I came back, they were gone. What do you mean, of course?
Of course.
Give me a second to verify that logic.
Paul's been playing for a while.
What? Why would I be in a car? I'm playing Petscop.
Paul, haven't you ever heard of
Why would I be
Petscop
playing
Car
Petscop in a
Edition?
car?
The PS car? Don't you have a PS car? He turns back into the Shadow Monster Man. Says his door was open and shut.
Doesn't make any sense. No, that was my door.
This is his door.
Just stretching.
And then Paul gets hit by a car.
Hey, what the fuck?
In the virtual world, he gets hit by a car. What the fuck? What the fuck, virtual car?
I just got hit by a car.
This guy hit by a car.
I walked on the road where the cars pass by and they never hit me. I just walked on that road and a car hit me and I disappeared.
Interesting, isn't it, Paul?
Shit. No, I fucking just forgot to start the recording. They won't like that. So I missed that. Was not able to capture that. I wonder if I can get that to happen. Fuck.
A little bit scary. But Belle shows up. And as soon as she shows up in game, she stops answering Paul on the phone.
Oh, you there? Hello? Shit. What are you doing there? Why are you standing there?
Paul, look right. Paul, IRL, look right. Paul, look right. I'm outside. Paul, look right. I'm outside. Hey, Paul, look. Paul, look. It's me. I'm at your window. Look right. I'm outside. Paul, look. That's me. That's me in the car out there. That's me. Paul, look. You're not looking. Look.
I know you're trying to say something to me.
It's your Uber driver. I'm outside.
What do you want?
Look, Paul, look. I'm outside. Look, that's me.
What do you want?
Look. IRL, look outside. That's me.
What?
Paul, you're an idiot. Paul, look. Paul, look. I'm the smart one. What? You're the idiot. Look outside. Just look outside real quick.
What?
Look outside.
What?
Look.
What?
Look.
What?
That's me. That's me. I'm outside. Look.
What?
Turn right. Look at me. Look. Okay. So that's where that recording ends. So yeah. Belle's free. She and Paul have the chance to meet in real life. To investigate this windmill. They found a stone on Google Maps, Google Earth, whatever. And they're going to investigate. They're going to do some actual distance looking. And they're going to use that to do two things. They're going to try and find whatever that staircase is in real life. And they're going to try and find the house from the location of that windmill. Interesting. So, I do believe... Hang on. Yeah, this was on May. So, after all these recordings kind of happened... most of the year of 2017 passes. We get to November 12th of 2017. And something does kind of happen before Paul starts to investigate Petscop again, try to find the house. Paul kind of figures out that his family has been spying on him. And they've been using these discs and discovery pages to sort of mark everything he was doing. He's not impressed by this. He's not impressed. So on November 12th, he tries to confront Jill about these discs and discovery pages. However, he ends up confronting Anna. He ends up speaking to Anna instead of Jill because that machine has warped his mind, and some effects of it still persist to this day. It's not to the point where he can't live properly, but he does confuse Anna and Jill. So it's possible that this figure he's calling Jill, who's apparently super intimidating, and he's afraid of, and he has to listen to, it's possible that's not actually Jill, it's possible that's Anna. It's possible. Not confirmed, but it is possible.
And we'll be seeing some evidence of this later in a very weird episode of the series. But that's the end of Season 1 of Petscop. We got to Petscop 10. Now, Petscop 11 was hyped for a long time in 2017. I don't know if you were around then, but people were hyped for Petscop 11. We didn't know when it was going to happen, but on Christmas of 2017, we got Petscop 11. Now, I'll show you the description of this video really quick. This description persists for a while. Everything we wish to say is below. The purpose of this YouTube channel is to preserve and display the recordings within the video game Petscop, while keeping some of their content private. They were first given to us as a Christmas gift, many years ago. The game had an interesting journey before and after that day. Paul created some additional recordings in 2017 as a way to show Petscop gameplay to his friend. He created this account in order to upload those additional recordings in video format. He later passed ownership of the channel to us, but continued to record himself at our strong suggestion. Though he had issues with the arrangement, these have finally been settled. Please enjoy the recordings in Petscop. We do. Of course, the family wants to catch Marvin. Belle's free, but we still need to catch Marvin. And,
Signs along the way.
of course, we need to lure Marvin into another trap, but we need to be prepared this time. So we're going to devise a sort of plan. If we can show Marvin where the house is in Petscop, we might be able to catch him on his way to the house. We might be. But again, this does present a very similar risk to what happened ages ago in 1997. Raynor showing Marvin where the house was what allowed him to kidnap Kara the first time. But if the family can learn from Daniel's mistake, and specifically if Paul can learn from the mistake and maybe even go against his family in order to escape Marvin before these events happen, perhaps they can lure Marvin to the house, get him arrested, and then everything will be solved. Everything will be fine. We do run into the risk of Marvin coming after us, but perhaps we can catch him after all these years.
Signs along the way that I ignored. Because it would have been a completely ridiculous idea to me. But when I found my room, it made... I was shocked at first, but it made sense.
Paul found his
Especially
room. He found
considering
Kara's
where I
room.
found the game in the first place. That would
You
be
found the
tied in
game
some
somewhere.
way to me through you.
The game is tied to him
And I'm trying to think, when was the last time I saw
through the
any of you at
family.
all?
He's talking to everyone at this point. All the family. When was the last time I saw any of you? Specific members of the
It had
family
to have been like
he hasn't seen in a while.
1999. I was a kid. I was a small
It
kid.
was 1999 when
Tiny
he was a
kid.
kid. A small, tiny kid.
And after that, just, you know. But it would make sense in the timeline.
Come on, Paul.
It's
You
hard
can
to do
find
this
this
while I'm
house.
Talking, that's why I'm so quiet right now. So if you're wondering what I'm doing right now, I have a drawing that I could scan and send to you. I just came home and drew this big drawing.
Now, this is obviously a drawing he made after he looked at Google Earth.
And it's still,
Made
you still
some
need an explanation.
accurate distance
because
predictions.
The drawing is not very clear, like scribbles really, but you need the visual to understand the explanation, right? So you need both. I'm about 90% sure that this is gonna work.
Now he's certain this is going to work. He's really sure this is going to
10%
work.
Not so sure. But mostly sure. Okay.
It all depends on if Daniel figured it out or not.
Lost his steps a little bit, but it's okay. He finds
Holy
this.
Holy shit. It worked.
This is something Rainer programmed
I
in.
was 90% sure, but it's still a little shocking that it actually worked.
I don't know what this structure he's about to see represents too much, but
That's very neat.
he asks a single question.
Alright, so the way this works, I'm supposed to pass on this one.
He passes. And he walks some more, and he finds this.
There it is. Okay.
Finds this old tire. Weird old tire. I don't know what the tire represents. Let me be honest, I don't know what the pass and then the tire represents. I don't know what these represent. Maybe they represent different things that Paul saw
So this one
on his way home or something. He told Rainer about all those years ago.
I want to ask about the house. We want to ask
Where?
His house.
Warehouse. And then the great tire shows him the location of the house.
So I don't know. I mean, this probably is asking me to go this way, right? Yeah, I think that's what's happening.
So he goes that way. And of course, after a long time of seemingly aimless laundering,
That's not what I was expecting, actually.
a road, but
I
actually,
guess a road makes sense, but it's not visually the same thing that I was expecting to see. See what the camera just did there.
this is a frozen house, captured 3 times exactly as it was.
Frozen house. I think we found the house. I don't know what that...
We just found the fucking
We
house.
just found the fucking house.
We just found the fucking house. And he puts the key in the lock! And of course,
House.
the key still works. It still works. Though you've unlocked the door, you can't exactly open it.
What? What?
So he finds the house. It's locked.
Can't open it. Another joke about how I can't open doors. Clockwise, the top is going to...
Alright, I'm gonna warn you guys. Season 2 of Petscop is when Paul kind of goes mad. He just goes mad at this point. I'm just gonna let the scene play out in its entirety.
Clockwise, the top is going to the right, and then, you know, the bottom is going to the left. Right, and so it's going to say, righty tighty, lefty loosey, or, you know, you turn this thing to the right. And I mean, I still get confused about that. Because, I mean, well, I know it's always the top, but, I still have to think. Well, we have the door open now, so...
It worked, though.
I mean...
It did somehow work. Righty tighty, lefty loosey.
Okay.
And it worked. It freaking worked somehow. So he goes in the house.
Alright.
Alright.
Okay. It's interesting. Got people
This was a big deal at the time.
and disappearing.
It took several months for Petscop 11 to come out. And as soon as we find the house, it just hits. It just hit back then. You had to be there, man. You had to be there. Where have you been? Why were you gone for such a long time? That's Anna speaking, either to Rainer after his expeditions or to Care. Is this a present? Who's it for? And of course, this is Anna speaking to Rainer. Now, these two calendars here, 1997 and 2000, these were kind of the 2 years when Daniel was the main one working on the game. So these are important years, and Anna just asked if Daniel gave the family a present.
And a couple of calendars here.
It's for all the family. It's for all of you guys. You family that I love so much. And here we see the evidence I was talking about earlier of Marvin's custody days. And then we have the year 2000 where he doesn't have any. Serves him right.
So, these are different years. Looking at this green here, starts off like a checkerboard, then whatever this is, and then weekends. Then it's green every day.
Yep. The time he was kidnapped.
Okay.
Paul's on the phone with
I don't know if
someone.
you got that immediately.
Maybe the family.
So
Maybe Belle.
June to November.
June to November.
Mhm.
It was June. Okay.
Yeah, on that topic, I don't remember meeting this girl at all. I don't remember knowing her.
I get my June and July mixed up. Sorry
Right.
about that.
And I remember you saying that we are.
We are
exactly the same.
exactly the same age.
Right.
This girl that went missing and me, we are exactly the same age.
I just don't remember even hearing about.
But I
anyone
don't
going
remember
missing.
that. I don't remember anyone going missing around that
Right?
time.
I don't have a single. I don't remember her going missing. I don't remember anything like that. I mean, I was a kid,
You know, I was a kid though.
but even then, could have been one of those.
Feels like
periods when you
something
weren't visiting
should have
very much,
remembered.
but it seems weird, right? Because I don't know if you can verify these dates, but 5th of June, 10th of November, right, when she went missing and when she was found, right? And the 25th here, I'm wondering what the animation means there. Right, how the number is animating a bit. Because, right, the 25th of December on both calendars, but they're different years. So I don't know if it means it's the 25th of December in this house, but then it's 2 different years. So that's... I do agree there's a resemblance.
Well, of course it's the 25th. There's a big Christmas tree there. Of course, Rainer wants to use the bathroom. Can I use the bathroom?
Very strong resemblance.
Bro, imagine being so traumatized you forget what Christmas is.
Oh.
Of course. So the door opens to the bathroom, symbolizing the fact that Rainer went inside.
What?
This would have been some of the last things Rainer recorded before
That was an
he
experience.
went in the bathtub and
Huh.
did the deed. So Petscop 11 was very interesting because throughout Paul's playthrough of the series, we did also get to see some very special demo recordings. Now, we've seen these ones before in the video, so I think I'll skip through them now, but I'll kind of show you which ones they were. So this first demo recording we have is like the clock with the road thing being symbolism. You know, Marvin goes out in his car to get to the house sometime after 6. And then we have the very first demo where Marvin and Care would be talking to each other, where Marvin calls her pal and such. And she learns to use the speech table. Very confusing speech table. Marvin thinks it's funny. Brings him inside. Shows him the locker. But he doesn't know the combination. So Marvin enters it, and then the demo recording ends. Then we're back here. We see the same thing we just saw. But there's different stuff here.
That was an experience.
Possibly. Another rotation, another iteration, another generation, another build of the map. And we're seeing recordings based on Paul's inputs from 2 different parts of the map.
I could have sworn I just saw above the bathtub.
But Paul says that for a split second,
with the symbols on them.
he did see the build with the white block.
Before. I could have sworn I just saw one of those right there.
He did see the build with the white block. For like a split second. But after that, he goes outside. Goes outside the bathroom. He only sees one calendar. This is, of course, 1997. Last one was 2000. This is 1997. This is June 5th of 1997. There's a machine left outside of Care's room, and again, it opens in that way. So if someone were to open the door from the other side... oh, no, wait. Oh, frick. That part of my theory is just kind of bunked now. The husband may come here after 6 p.m. Please stay overnight if you can. Thank you so much. That's a note from Anna, telling Rainer to stay that day. It's June 5th.
It's the 5th. I don't know if I can find out the in-game time and what the hell is this.
Hell's this?
Another Care.
Okay, so my thing about the door wasn't right, but...
On this bed?
I don't know. Something about him going out
I'm supposed to get up on the bed.
means they weren't able to get a good photo of him, as opposed to him going in, you know? So, this would symbolize Care, sitting at her bed, playing Petscop.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we can do here. But... do you want to see something? Oh, we're free now, that's good.
We're free now, that's good.
In this window. I don't really know what to do, but... if we could,
So he sees the window outside.
I don't know if that's...
Of course, this is another puzzle that Rainer programmed. Perhaps specifically for Marvin. But it also could be for the family.
Yeah.
You know, a puzzle for the family to try and solve.
I don't know, there's something I missed in here. I don't think so.
Paul goes in the room and the door automatically closes, symbolizing the fact that Rainer had to sit back that day and just kind of let things happen.
I didn't do that. I can't close doors. I can't open doors either, so I also can't, yeah. That's fun. I don't know, I mean, I know what it wants me to do now. Yeah.
But of course, we remember that Marvin's still playing the game.
What? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. So Marvin solved the puzzle. Then the puzzle resets.
Put everything back where it was. Still can't, Right, so...
And of course, that's the machine that went off when... Ooh, it's Marvin. He went in the garage.
Shit.
He went in the garage, pal.
Where did he
What are you
just
gonna
come
do?
from?
He went in the garage, pal.
Bathroom?
Oh, looking back, I think I know where that footage came from. I think I know what happened.
I was gonna...
This is funny. I'm
Does he
figuring
come
out
from
stuff
the
as
window,
I'm
so-
watching the video now. And like I had this idea for the video planned for a while, but I think I know where that footage that we saw earlier came from. I'll show it again
Yeah,
because
there's
now
a
I know where it
typical
is in the
ladder
timeline, but yeah, and but Marvin does leave the ladder out so that Paul can solve this puzzle. So Paul's then able to save the puzzle that Marvin just solved,
Ta-da.
and he gets to see
Well, that's
a...
that. One second, look at the...
He gets to see Care A's description. I'll come out in a minute. Keep playing. When the emergency began, we were all looking for Care A. I told you all, we would never find Care A. When Care A goes missing, she goes missing forever. My brother didn't want us to find him because he knew we were all looking for Michael A. I'm back. This is my present for you. I started in 1996 for Marvin. The new maker plane. Petscop was worked on way before then. If you think they're worth any effort, see if you can save Care B or Care NLM. Care B is in the school, of course. Fuck you all, and fuck me as well. Merry Christmas. Check your bathroom. So I believe that would have been a modified version of Rainer's suicide note. They left on that night
I saw
when he
him at a
gave
birthday
them
party once.
the instructions to access the new maker plane and the copy of
Oh,
Petscop with it.
Kids were down in the basement playing video games. Hide from everyone.
And Paul met Rainer once. He remembers one memory of meeting Rainer.
He's older than the rest of them now.
And I believe if you pay attention to this audio,
From everyone. He was down there too. He's older than the rest of them now.
if you pay attention to that audio, I think he's saying that his memory was of Mike's birthday. You know, everyone was there. A whole bunch of kids were there. Rainer was there. They were all in the basement playing video games. All in the basement playing Petscop. Raynor was a lot older than everyone else. He was the one who was working on Petscop. He was a teenager at the time.
I don't know.
So that's where Paul's recording ends. The last footage we see in this video is the first rebirth attempt on Belle that we talked about earlier. That was way earlier in the timeline. Okay, so that's Petscop 11. Now, I'm kind of excited about this because I saw this a while back, but I didn't know its placement in the timeline. But now I do, so I'm going to show you guys. This is the same recording we saw earlier in the video. I might actually edit that out now because now I know where it is. So you remember how Marvin kind of came from that sort of bedroom area next to Care's bedroom when Paul came out of the room? That's because he was in here. Marvin went in here, and the demo recording captured his footage of him going in the room, going around, and looking at the windmill. Raynor leaves him a message. This windmill vanished off the face of the earth. Here's a similar puzzle for you, Marvin. There are two pictures of a door. In the first picture, the door's closed. In the second picture, taken later, the door's open. Nobody opened the door. The door did not open itself. The door, in fact, did not open at all. What happened? So, this would be what Marvin was kind of doing in Petscop 11, like after he kidnapped Care and Paul was seeing him move out in the room. He was exploring this room, and then he went out and started doing this stuff. And then he eventually went into the garage. This demo recording will give us some context when we actually look at Petscop 14. But for now, that's what I believe that footage is. And I'm kind of excited about that because I started this video not knowing where that was in the timeline. By the end of this, like, one sitting of me recording the footage, I figured it out. Okay, so let's keep going. So after Petscop 11, Petscop 12 was all Belle, so we have Petscop 13. We have this one. We have Petscop 13. We start out with a demo recording. This demo recording, I believe, is responding to Paul's inputs, but it could also literally just be Paul playing. You know? He finds a bucket. I don't know where he found the bucket. He just found a bucket. Tony was like, hey, I'm just going to shove a bucket in the scene. It's important. We need it. Now, is this responding to his inputs on a different map? Or is it like the map that he's seeing? He says, I think we made some progress. He pushes a bucket outside.
Well, just have to figure out what to do with it.
He has to figure out what to do with it.
You know, it probably has to do with the thing on the tool on the road.
Tool on the road, you say? What tool on the road? We haven't seen a tool on the road before. So he puts the bucket on the road. He goes over here and we see a tool. Now, the movements of this tool might look familiar to some people. It could not. But we remember that the different puzzles to catch the pets do kind of relate to things in the new Maker plane a little
these
bit.
two are definitely...
The cage is open, the quitter room. The, whatever it was. The treadmill
What that means.
related to the
Don't
flower.
use that.
So what does this relate to? Looks this archway looks familiar too.
If I... Oh.
Turns the blue tool into a black tool.
Wow, okay.
The censor bar tool, so to speak.
This is...
Paul brings that back into the home. Then he pushes it down to that weird motion trigger thing from earlier. So that obviously represented Anna doing something.
Okay, this is a new file. It might have occurred to you, as it occurred to me, that these rooms are... this room and the house are counterparts, because they both have this bucket, and they are shaped similarly, so I thought I would try out what we did before. This bucket is annoying to move around. Just gonna...
And this room is shaped exactly like the house.
Move around.
I don't know if you guys know this, but this room is shaped exactly like the house.
Because they both have this bucket, and they are shaped similarly, so I thought I would try out what we did before. This bucket is annoying to move around. Just gonna... yeah. And, it worked. God, am I gonna be able to get this to a... Okay.
So this is how you catch Ronith in the game. This is like actually in the Petscop game. You don't actually have to do any sort of glitches in order to get this. You just have to bring the bucket over here.
And I'm feeling some doubt because this bucket seems way too small. But
and you can catch Ronith this way. This is the puzzle in order to solve Ronith. After all these years, Paul finally figured out how to catch Ronith. How cathartic. We do get to see Ronith here. We get to see his bio. It says, Ronith is Tonith's baby half-brother. Because he's younger, he gets to learn from all of Tonith's mistakes. That's why he always looks both ways. He doesn't get into trouble. You won't have to watch him all the time. He's good. So Ronith, Tonith's baby half-brother, let's take this into consideration. If Tonith represents Paul, or if Tonith represents Paul, represents Care, whatever, then Ronith, representing a newer, sort of younger, like a sort of newer version of Tonith, I guess I could say. Perhaps Tonith actually represents Care, and Ronith represents Paul. Care was young and naive. Paul has learned from his past mistakes, and now he looks both ways, so to say, sees the danger before it approaches, and would be able to take steps to prevent said danger. Now, there's a very interesting small sound by the end of this video that will prove that.
We finally got that one. Last one.
Paul then goes on to catch all the pets again, because why not? Caught. Congratulations. You caught every pet in even care, aside from Tonith, who isn't here yet. You have seen everything in the game, so far, but there will obviously be more. It's a growing organism. Your controller inputs will be useful, but your feedback will be even more useful. Paul knocks on glass. Glass? He's next to glass at the moment. He moves in his seat. Please leave the PlayStation on when you leave. You can stand up now. And then, Paul knocks on the glass some more. Car door opens. He figured it out. He figured out how to play Petscop in a car, so he played Petscop on a car, and he drove somewhere other than the house. So now that we know Marvin's trying to find the house again, obviously Paul would want to get out of the way. So he looks both ways, so to speak. He gets out of the danger by getting out of the house. Now he's somewhere else. Probably safe with Belle somewhere. But Paul does record one more thing before he just kind of puts down Petscop for the rest of the series. Alright, so I'm going to warn you guys that Petscop 14 is the episode where Paul goes into absolute madness. So we saw the demo recording of this before. This was the one by Marvin. And we see that this demo takes place in a room with a windmill and some discs. Now, there is a separate build of this room that Paul usually gets on his demos that looks a little bit different. This is one of Marvin's demos, and so what he sees is the windmill and the discs. This door is probably open for him and closed for Paul, likely because Anna likes to seal off areas that have things she doesn't want people to see. So we have the windmill, obviously. That's something that's a little bit sensitive to her. Not enough to censor it entirely, but to censor certain imagery of it. Stuff with Marvin and Lena in front of the windmill, and stuff with its coordinates, basically. By the way, I'm extremely thirsty right now. My room is very
Can't
warm.
just wait. Thankfully, I have been suddenly inspired by an idea
Paul sees this demo recording.
that is, in a way, similar to the idea that brought me to
It gives
this
him an
house,
idea. So this door that's locked for him,
because
but was
that
open on
idea
the demo.
involved pretending something was there that wasn't there. And this idea involves pretending that this door, right here, this one, is open rather than closed. You can see that
Paul
it's
pretends
closed,
the door is open.
but what I'm going to do,
So he
and
goes
what
through.
I invite you to do as well, is I'm going to picture in my head that this door is actually open right now.
He imagines the door is open,
And if I
and
were
on
to
the
pass
demo
through this
recording it
doorway,
actually is.
what would happen?
So the demo will respond to his inputs.
Would I bump into a door? No, because the door is open, right? I would just keep going into the room that's there. And I happen to know I'm going to walk into the room right now.
He goes into the room that's in there.
I'm in the room. I happen to know what this room looks like because I saw it in a demo recording just today. And you can see it too. I assume it will be up on the family YouTube along with this video that I'm recording right now. you can see what the room looks like in that recording. On the right side, there's a windmill. I don't have it in front of me right now. I should. On the right side, there's a windmill. On the left side, there is something that Marvin does not bother to look at, but we will be looking at. The question is, what do I do next? If I were in this room right now, would I want to go to the thing that Marvin didn't look at. So I'm going to go to the right, and I think, so if I go to the right, God, I think I went a little too far, actually. Nope. Well, I think actually what happens here, the problem is that it's a kind of a branching point. I could stop, I could be blocked by the beds, or I could keep going past the beds to the other side of the room. So I could actually be on either side of the room right now. But either way, I guess it doesn't matter. But I'm going to assume I'm on the thing that I got blocked by the beds, and if I go up, just keep going up, there will be a question mark that appears that will let me go and do something. If I press X, something will happen. And what will happen, I think possibly a text box will open, because that's what happens with the windmill, right? I pressed X, and a text box appeared with text in it.
So, I guess one thing that is different about this room is that instead of a windmill, Paul sees something that we don't get to see. And obviously that would be like the crayon stencils. This would be the case because this is actually a different build of the map that Rainer made. One build of the map he would make with a windmill of it, another build of the map he would make with the stencils on the wall.
That happens when you press X.
The house was captured 3 times, exactly as it was. June 5th of 1997, Christmas of 1997, and Christmas of 2000 is what that would be.
And hopefully we'll, see some results. So I'm doing that right now. I don't know if you can hear that.
And I imagine different captures of the house would have different builds of this room. So one build of the room would include like a little statue out of the windmill. This would include the crayon stencil of Marvin and Lena in front of the windmill. That's the thing Anna doesn't want us to see, so on the family YouTube, it's changed to something else.
I'm thinking I'm being really productive right now.
As for these discs, what do the discs represent? By the way, Petscop is very hilarious, by the way. What do these discs represent? Well, they could represent different builds of the map. There could be like 15 total different builds of Petscop that all have something important about it. It could represent 15 discs of the game Petscop. Of course, Rainer possibly made 15 total discs of Petscop. We don't entirely know. The discs could represent a lot of things. But we don't know.
And so, the windmill isn't there.
Paul looked at his demo recording and realized the windmill's not there.
I do get blocked by the beds. And I go up,
And interesting enough, we're actually seeing what could possibly be 2 different demos overlapped over. So we're seeing the overlap of the demo and Paul's actual playthrough again, which might cause some confusion.
And I had not seen that, recording in the time between, so it was holding on to this thing, and I only decided a year later to play back. There are also recordings that I assume are stored on the CD.
So right here we do get Paul admitting that there are different places recordings are stored. So they're stored on the demo, they're stored in menu, they're stored in the room impulse.
The game had the recording. Even, there were 2 parts to this session. It had both of them.
And he finds out that every single playthrough of his is recorded.
Recordings. I got them, but Okay, so here's the thing. Those demo recordings can be different.
The demo
Right,
recordings can be different from your inputs.
From when I was playing the one,
right?
so
Because
when I
they're a
caught
different
all
build of
those
the map.
pets and it showed the text.
They're showing your inputs on all builds of the map, all
That was different
generations of
from what it showed
Petscop.
when I was playing. It showed something. It happened to line up right perfectly. Same number of text boxes and so forth, and also the music wasn't there in the demo. There can be differences, and this was part of what made it seem reasonable that the door could be open. I'm not saying it wasn't still nuts, so I'm gonna do this now. So, right, so I'm assuming that triangle is back, but it could be square or circle. I'm gonna just do all of them.
And Paul does look at all these photo frames of the discs. What do the discs represent?
I can actually.
I am more inclined to think it is the generations of Petscop. The different builds of the map. The 15 different builds of the map. But we know that sometimes, like, putting audio in wouldn't be a new build of the map. Sometimes it would be. I don't know. I'm not sure how big a change needs to be made for it to be considered a new generation of Petscop.
Okay.
A new update to Petscop, but
so
it's like how Mojang has like bug fix updates and then they have big updates.
By this point, I could be anywhere. So attempt 5 was this room over here. And now attempt 6, we're going to try.
We don't get to see attempt 5.
The bucket.
He tried to go in the garage door.
The other room, going back to this room now. Again, gotta make sure this is aligned exactly right.
Then he attempts to push the paint bucket into the bedroom.
Okay.
As we can see, he succeeds.
And,
Wants to see if he was successful,
I'm
though.
just going to leave it there.
Or he does anything else with it.
And see what happens.
And we see his next attempt at doing stuff.
Trying again. This is attempt 22.
Attempt 22.
And
He's been doing this for a while.
I think that's right.
I think this is the successful one. So he goes in.
Right. Now we
He
don't
goes
have to
into the
worry about
room.
that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Takes 6 steps. He goes up.
Now,
The bucket teleports next to him. And then he's able to solve a puzzle which involves covering this sort of censored crayon stencil with black ink. Of course, this would be like the first item that Anna really wanted to censor. Solving that puzzle gives him the key to the garage. Then he goes outside.
alright, now we're on the scary part.
Now we're on the scary part. This is the hard part.
1, 2. Now.
And now
2,
Paul's trying to solve the puzzle to get in the garage.
5, 6, 7.
Takes 7 steps. He opens the garage. And he goes in. Bah! Bah! It's all choir sound. Paul enters the garage. However, it's possible someone doesn't want him to see what's in that garage. It's possible someone's watching this the whole time. Member of Paul's family, perhaps. And so the game boots out Paul. Because the 16th generation of Petscop has just been constructed. Paul's confused as to why he was booted out of the game. He's positioning his microphone.
Here I am.
Like I've been doing this whole video. Reading memory card. And of course, because a big change like that just happened, his file is now strange situation.
It deleted my files.
Deleted his files.
I hope it didn't.
He decides to check out the strange situation folder, and he sees a very distinctly different build of the Petscop map. Now, I believe this build could have been made by a few different people. I'm assuming this build was constructed by Anna, because we do know that she has changed a few things in Petscop in the past. And if Paul was about to see something that Anna really didn't want him to see, she could have brought Paul out the second he found it and made this. We see the birthday girl signs. Paul goes inside the building. You made it. Happy birthday. Why are you covering your face? Oh.
What's that supposed to mean?
Of course I recognize you. Those eyes, that nose, that's still you. Go ahead and have a slice. Oh, don't worry about those. There's some papers under the cake. What do they represent? I don't know what they represent, but they're clearly important somehow. Now, we see two different calendars here. We see 1997, but we also see 2017. Now, Paul is recording this in 2018 because it's after Christmas. Forgot to mention we're in 2018 now. I don't think it was super important to mention that. But yeah, we're in 2018. Is when Paul's playing this. And it seems the house has been captured in 2017. I sure hope you've realized by now. It doesn't matter how long you've been gone. It doesn't matter how much you've changed. You aren't lost. Stop wandering and come home. Let me see the 2017 calendar. Paul's birthday of 2017.
Check something.
Paul gets up to check something really quick.
So what I'm thinking...
Check what year this is.
1995 Or it's 2017.
2017. 1995 was important to the story, but I do believe this is 2017. Getting that bad feeling again. Care, are you okay? You ran straight into the door. Do you think it was open? Aw, poor baby. Alright, now we get the weird shit. Now we get the weird shit, and the reason Anna made this build specifically for Paul is he was playing. And this is why I think it's Anna. I don't think it's Marvin. I don't think it's Rainer. I don't even think it's Belle. I believe this is Anna who's trying to say some stuff. All of these are censored. All of these are blacked out. There's nothing in them. There's no discs. There's nothing there. Blacked out, censored. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Where's the disc? Where are the discovery pages?
Wait a second.
What are you talking about? What disc? Discovery pages? Jill, stop frickin' ignoring me. Get in here and show me where that disc is. Jill. No, Care, this is Mommy. This is your mommy, sweetie. I'm right here in front of you. There's no one else here. What are you looking at? What's over there? Care, can't you hear me? Can't you see me waving? Snap out of it. Care, where are you going?
I think... I think that was based off of a conversation that I had last year on my birthday. If it wasn't just a coincidence, means I'm getting pranked, but I don't know how that magic trick works exactly. Game froze. I have to call Jill.
So what can we learn from that? What do we learn from that? Well, we have seen for years that Paul has been confusing his mother, Anna, and his aunt, Jill. He's been confusing the two a lot. And, of course, whenever he tries to have a conversation with one of them, there's some disconnect. There's some disconnect with language. As we saw there, Anna was using the name Care, and Paul doesn't respond to that name anymore. Paul doesn't know that name. So we see this thing that we've never really seen before throughout the series, is that through that entire time, although like that 20-year time period, there has always been some sort of disconnect between Paul and his family. Not to the point where it's like he can't live, not to the point where it's like he can't trust any of them, but to the point where there's sort of a disconnect, and Paul sometimes just has no idea what's going on. Now, another thing we learned from this, it is possible that there are actual discs and actual discovery pages that the family uses to save Paul's recording footage. But Anna, sort of knowing this mental, like, sort of block that Paul has, it's possible Anna could be using that to lie to Paul in a believable way and say, no, Jill's not in this room. It's just me. It's just mommy. There are no discs. There are no pages. None of that's here. I'm here. I'm the only one who's here. Which, ties back into what I'm saying. The family has good intentions, but they are going about very, very wrong ways of sort of getting these things done. And it's good that they want Marvin stopped. It's good that they want him in jail so he won't be hunting after Paul again. But they are doing it in a way that is not making Paul comfortable. And he's able to figure it out this time. Because back then he was a kid. He didn't know that Raynor was trying to use him to find out where Marvin was. Now Paul kind of knows that this is what the family is doing, and he does not like it, but in a sense there's nothing he can do about it. Except get in a car, leave Anna's house, and go live wherever Belle's living now. After Belle escaped, she would have moved somewhere, she would have had her own house, and so it's likely possible that after this recording, Paul just wants to be done. He wants to get out of the situation he's in. He wants to stop recording Petscop footage for the family. He wants to just stop. But there's one thing he has to show. There's one thing the family wants him to show them that he is going to do first.
So through Google, I asked the internet, how might one rewrite to a CDR
A CDR.
And the internet's response to that question was, "You idiot. You fucking idiot. What are you doing?"
So, Paul wants to rewrite the game code to a format in which the family won't be able to sort of, track every single little recording he's doing. He wants to get away from that because he wants to be private. He doesn't want the family knowing his every move in the game. So he wants to rewrite the game's code to a CDR so he won't be tracked, essentially. And the final things he does is go into a garage. This is the garage. And this right here, this is Daniel's computer.
Oh.
And this is the Petscop website, which he has been using to update the game this entire time. But of course, Anna's in control of the website now after Rainer died. We see the blue tool here to signify that.
For some reason, it's
Petscop discovery pages. This is the website where they can look at all the recordings.
And this is the Your Child page. Judging by all the text. Wish I could read it. Jesus. This is a different page. I have no idea what's going on anymore.
Okay. So...
What is this?
Yeah, and of course we see some gameplay footage. We see Paul and the Newmaker plane.
Sure what I'm doing now. Doing this again. Fuck.
That's the last we get to see of Paul. That is the last we get to see of Paul chronologically in the series. That is the last moments of his voice we get to hear. What happened? We know that Marvin is looking for him. We know that Belle is looking for him. Belle likely wanting to get him away from the situation where he feels like he's trapped between a kidnapper looking for him and a family member who's too controlling of him. And of course, we have Anna, who's too controlling of him. Those are the final moments of Paul we get to see. And of course, Petscop 15 is all a school demo recording. This was the one where he met Belle. We have Petscop 16, which at the time was one of the most unsettling moments of the series. This right here is a message that Rainer coded in the game long ago for the situation in which Care would have been kidnapped. If that situation would have happened, this warning screen would have played. And it would have told people that something bad has happened. Now this right here, this is Paul's room.
This is Kara's room. He's been living with Anna this whole time, I presume. And so his room has looked exactly the same all that time. The buzzing's still going off. The warning's still going on. This would have played in 1997, and now it is being played again in 2017. It continues for a while. It says call provided phone number, which likely would have been either Rainer's number or Anna's number. I'm not entirely certain. But it keeps going on. And we get to the end. There is someone in Paul's room right now, but I do not believe it is Paul. I believe it is either Anna or some other family member. Anna seems to be the one that's most important in the story, all things considered. So, whichever family member this is, they want to show us some footage. They want to show us the rest of the footage. So that's the end of Season 2 of Petscop. 11 to 16 is all Season 2 of Petscop. Now we're going to get into Season 3 of Petscop, where Paul is missing for some reason. Now, do I think Marvin took Paul? Or do I think Belle took Paul out of the situation before anything bad can happen? We're about to see here in a minute. I think I might have revealed my answer earlier, but we'll see why at the very end. But right now, I want to show you a few things. We're not going to look at everything in Season 3, because a lot of Season 3 is looking back at really old recordings that we've already seen. But I will show you, Petscop 17 starts like this. We see that same frame that Petscop 16 was on. And this family member goes into the sound test. These are all the sounds that Rainer has programmed into the game. I might skip ahead a little bit. I might skip ahead. Yeah, okay.
Bye-bye. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So that's how you activate the secret menu in the sound test. And it shows recordings, it shows room impulse, and it shows extra stuff. So we have room impulse. I showed you this towards the beginning. This was sort of an old conversation between Rainer and Care. The way the room impulse recordings works is it will record the movements of everyone who's been in the house. And of course, Paul is the one who's been in the house the most, so he has the most recordings here. The red triangle is Paul, I believe. And eventually this settles on Care. We've seen this all before. This is like, the recording settles on Care, and then Rainer, like, puts a spell on her hypnosis or something so that she'll retrace her steps, find Lena's grave, and find the school basement. Yeah. What happened? Oh, it's a grave. Yeah, we've seen the grave before. We've seen the Newmaker plane before. Oh, I'm going home. Cool. Okay, so that's Petscop 17. I can go to Petscop 18 here really quick. Petscop 18 is the family member looking at some old textures. We've seen some of these earlier, but I'll show them again. This is extra stuff. This is all of the... this is some prototype designs and such. Again, my boy Hudson was done dirty. Daniel never put him in the game. House! House! Yeah, that's the house texture. Okay, that's cool. So we got house. After house, we have Petscop 19. Now, Petscop in 19 and 20 are very similar. It is family members looking at relevant recordings of Rainer and all the Petscop kids. And of course, this goes through all the recordings. Now, one thing I will show you guys here. This is arranged newest to oldest, and some of these later ones have this format right here. Possibly discovery pages, possibly the format that Paul switched his game to. We don't know. But yeah, this goes, and then it turns into a disc, so these are all disc recordings. So the families, there are 3 groups of stuff that are split up by family recordings: Family 1, Family 2, and Family 3. So these are all Family 3 recordings. This is the modern era. This is like the 2017 era. This is Paul playing. Then we have Family 2. This is the time where Tiara was missing. The time she was in the school basement. And, you know, she was with Marvin at the time, which is bad. And then we have the Family 1 recordings, which is everything 1997 and before that. So this is like both the really early test recordings and the stuff during the time Care went missing, basically. Yeah, and of course we get down to the playtesters. This all happened on Mike's birthday. These are all the people that recorded some... I know Jack did do some playthroughs, so if that's the dog, that's a little bit weird. Of course, Mike did a lot of the old test recordings too. The ones Rainer did were just listed as test. So we see the sort test. We don't get to see test 5. That would have been a little bit interesting, but I don't know, maybe not. Tony didn't think it was important enough to show. We see Mike's second recording, which is of course on Easter. That's when you find the egg that Daniel hid in his game because it was cute and funny. We get to see Care playing. Again, she's not good at the game. We see Belle. She's a lot better at the game. She catches these pets almost instantly. She reads their dialogue. We've seen this before. Then we see a bunch of unimportant people play the game. We see James, Phil, Amber, and then we have Belle's final recording. She catches Pen. That's the last one. Congratulations. So those were all the test recordings done on Mike's birthday. We're gonna go into Petscop 20 now, and this is the family member showing us Marvin's recordings. So we're gonna see Marvin's recordings here. Of course, we have the first one, where he was given the game by Rainer on June 13th. Again, I would really like to know if Rainer is just fricking with Marvin here. I would love it if that were the case. Gil's out, can't find anything. You have to be careful. We're looking for Care. Where's this building? Find a grave. Increase your speed. Look faster, dork. Then we also get Marvin playing the game after Care returned home. where he gets to see all the caskets. He goes out. There's a house, there's a school, there's the windmill, there's the grave. He was a gift, you dork. Who was boss? What year? Yeah, we've seen this all before. Toneth. Toneth, 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 Toneth. And then we have this one. I saw the sign, and it opened up my mind. I saw the sign. Yeah, we're just kind of skimming through chapter 3. Two things happen in Petscop 22. The first thing that happens is that sort of like hidden recording that Paul did that he thought the family wasn't going to see, but they ended up seeing it. And that's the one where after Belle was free, she sort of tried to show Paul something to the right. Yeah, it was this one. He got hit by a car. TR comes out. He's like, "Look right, that direction, right." Then we get the really weird Petscop 22 recording, where Paul speaks to the in-game school counselor, and Rainer tries to figure out where Lena's grave was, where the school was, find out Kara's new name, which is Paul. Cool. Then we have Petscop 23, which was the climax of the entire series. This was the recordings on June 5th and November 10th of 1997. This was the event. What we see as the climax is the event. No. And then we have the second part of that, which is either Rainer, maybe it's even Anna playing. I don't know. I haven't really considered that. I don't know. I just like to think it's Rainer. He's more involved at that point in time. And then we have the Book of Baby Names and Petscop 24. We've seen this before as well. This is all the Petscop kids. Yeah. So many mysteries, and all of them solved. Except not, because my theory is probably entirely wrong. I got the piece count wrong! I got the timeline wrong, because I got the piece count wrong! I don't think the piece counts are meant to be taken super literally. And then we have one segment of the game I do think is not meant to be taken literally at all. So this is the soundtrack. After the series was done, Tony released a soundtrack with all the sort of themes they use throughout the game. We see all these. There's a secret towards the end here. I think I'll go to most replayed because it is the most replayed. There is some secret footage at the end of the soundtrack, which I will want to show you, which is sort of the closure moment of the series.
And now.
So I don't think this is literal gameplay footage. I believe this is entirely symbolic. There is boss waiting for her son. Paul, do you remember being Bjorn? Smuggled away, driving to your new house. Boss in driver seat. Me in back. I could not wait to be your friend. Family. We can investigate this together. Alright. So, I think what that represents, I believe what that represents is that Paul escaped from the house before Marvin was able to find him. And he went with Belle, and they went to go somewhere where they can be safe from Marvin, and they can investigate everything that happened away from the family. Away from the very controlling family that is taking very weird steps to catch this guy. Hopefully they did. We do end the series on one bit of unsolved information. Was Marvin arrested? We don't know. He could still be out there looking for care, but we don't know for certain. What I believe is that he did try to go back to the house, and this time Anna was able to catch him. You know, Paul wasn't there. He was safe. He left in the car during Petscop 13. He's safe with Belle right now. So, this does bring up one more thing, and this is Boss. Now, people have said this kind of looks like a mix of Anna and Lena. Kind of like a mix of them. And that has led to some weird theories of, well, maybe Anna is Lena. Maybe that's what happened, and she just doesn't have memories of it. That makes no sense. That just makes no sense. Again, what I believe Boss to be is not literal Lena, but the memory of her. These two different members of the family having very different ideas on how to honor the memory of Lena. Marvin being in denial and wanting to bring her back to life, and the rest of the family wanting to respect her by not letting what happened to her happen to anyone else. These two very different ideas of Lena, I believe, is what Boss represents, and it is the boss of every single character in Petscop in that sense. The blue would represent Anna, and her telling stories of Auntie Lena to Care and Belle back when the two of them were friends, you know. And it's just, I don't know. Those two being friends, being together after all that time, honoring the memory of Lena, respecting the good of their family, while also acknowledging the bad and staying away from it. You know, getting away from Anna when she was being too controlling, and fuck Marvin, frick Marvin. He has done nothing good for the past 2 decades. I believe that's what's going on. So we have somewhat of closure with this. We do not know what happened to Marvin, and we do not know if he had any victims other than Mike, Care, and Belle. We don't know. But I believe what this ending is trying to tell us. Paul is safe. Belle is safe. They're both living together. And they're happy. But they're also going to investigate what happened. And they're going to do it apart from the family. They're going to do it on their own. So, yeah. That's what I believe to be the story of Petscop. My theory is a little bit messy. I think the main thing that does get in the way is the piece count, because I know it kind of goes up. It kind of goes up until we get to Petscop 22 and 23. It's like it's the same we left off down here as it is when we start off from here. And I mean, that's a little confusing. But I don't think it means that the school demo recordings are the last in the series. I think what it means is more so just symbolism. I don't know. In terms of literalism, I mean, the piece counts could be like, I don't know, it could be picking off from wherever the piece count was when Paul stopped playing. And the demo recordings are just messy and do that sometimes. I don't know. And again, it might just literally just be Tony giving us symbolism. He does that a lot in the series. But I do think that's the timeline. We have the school demos before Paul's playthrough. At the end, Paul and Belle are safe. That's just my view of the story. That's what I think happened. I could be wrong. Also, Belle has a cat. I forgot to mention that. That's super important to the lore that Belle has a cat. But yeah, that's what I think happened in Petscop. I'm going to try to edit this together in a coherent fashion. I don't think I'll get anything coherent at all. But I don't know. I was excited. I wanted to share this with you guys because I think I figured out Petscop, but I probably didn't, and I'm stupid.